Chapter 2141. Fan took another sip of wine. He felt that he shouldn't drink. The more he drank, the more he wanted to drink. After taking a sip, he exhaled the smell of wine through his nostrils. It was very relaxing. You don't need to get on the sled. We'll take care of it. Why? Don't you trust your brothers? Lu Tingguang patted Fan's shoulder. You should at least give us some soup. Drinking alone won't do. Fan despised him and took another sip of wine. It was very satisfying. The other winged knights were also relaxed. They could not trust the other troops, but the navy was not a problem. It was not that they did not trust the other party's loyalty. Generally, other troops were afraid that they were not capable enough. The navy had experienced many difficulties. On the return journey, they even risked their lives to abandon water and coal. How crazy was that? They were simple-minded. What if something happened? Why didn't they think more? Just like that, the simple-minded team made it back. Not a single person was missing. Dong Zhu was distressed and angry. He heard that Dong Zhu was roaring in his courtyard. Stupid soldiers, you deserve to die. With new horses and reinforcements, the team suddenly relaxed. After a short rest, they continued forward. There's a slope in front. It's difficult for the horses to pull the sled. Carry the people. Lu Tingguang took over the command. The navy ran over to carry the elderly, children, and pregnant women on stretchers. Some girls were even carried on their shoulders. The leaders of the various tribes watched. They really could not understand. How could the soldiers of the Tang dynasty be so strong? They were also very close to the people. They did not know that they were encountering the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. The best 5,000 Southwest barbarians, winged knights, and the Tang dynasty's ocean navy. Their food, training, and experience were all different from the ordinary soldiers of the Zhechong government. The people who came to help were also selected to be strong and gave a lot of benefits. Therefore, for the next 10 miles or so, they arrived under protection. The camp here was set up, and the stewed meat in the big pot was bubbling. You guys are really generous. Fan saw the big pot and knew that it would be taken back by the other people who helped. Usually the village mobilized, and each village would be given a few big pots. When the people ate, they would bring the food from each family and put them together in the big pot to stew. When it came to distributing the food, the elders or the village chief would be responsible for it. Someone caught 2 rabbits on the mountain, put the rabbit meat in the bowl, and ate the same as everyone else. That's easy. Just give me extra firewood and other things. Also, when it's time to worship the ancestors, you can move your family's position forward. The others can eat the meat contributed by others without any objections. Of course, 2 rabbits wouldn't do. Other people's positions were exchanged with their lives. Why were your 2 rabbits so valuable? He would jot it down first and compare it with the others before holding a meeting. The cauldron had set up a rule, and those who had the right to control the distribution of food in the village could use this rule. The older people would only be able to eat a few mouthfuls of meat. They would then share it with their grandchildren. If anyone had a pregnant wife, they would give extra. The villagers agreed. Which family didn't get married and give birth to children? Who wouldn't age? Fan understood. In the past, he didn't really understand, but after interacting with the tribe more, he realized that it wasn't easy to obtain a big iron pot. However, the Li family Zhuangzi's big iron pots were stacked one after another. Some of them had even rusted. According to this, Li Yi should have been defeated, and then, Aya, why did it suddenly become so cold? Dongzhu, I'm just joking. You haven't slept yet? Fan was scared when he thought about it. He looked around and saw that no one had seen through his thoughts just now. He let out a long sigh. They had also walked a lot, but the people who came to help didn't feel tired. Now everything was theirs. The cauldron, kitchen knife, and whetstone. As promised, other things would be sent over later. A complete set of needles and thread, Thimbles, chisels, planes, trowels, awls, sickles, axes, frying pans, steamers, ladles, they were all made of good iron. They wouldn't spoil, even after 20 years. The people from the two protectorates' minds were full of this. The Tang emperors had agreed. More importantly, Li Dongzhu was also a guarantor, and the winged knights had said so. They felt that they had profited and believed in Li Yi. What they didn't know was that they had to pay a price for the stable place that would have been given to them. At other times, the people here didn't even have a good iron kitchen knife. They still used stone knives to cut vegetables. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty gave them a complete set of iron tools. They didn't lack anything to live with. Naturally, the people's hearts were with the Tang dynasty. They felt that they were people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they had to work extra hard to get the things that belonged to them. No one would mention this. Wasn't it normal to work extra hard? Didn't the people in other places of the Tang dynasty also work extra hard? Ask the people in Sichuan and see how when Zhao Yuan's leg was broken. If you don't work extra hard, it's considered winning you over. If you work extra hard, it's considered recognition. After recognition, there were many follow-up things. It was different from winning people over. Su Lu had been won over before. Look at what he was facing now. The things that the people here thought about were simple. If you give me something, I'm a good person. I'll support you. Unlike the people of the imperial governor's office. The people of the imperial governor's office had been educated for a long time in the Li family Zhuangzi's kindness. They felt that they should support the imperial court. They were born as people of the Tang dynasty and died as souls of the Tang dynasty. The people of Bolero and the other tribes didn't understand. They only knew that their tribe couldn't survive anymore. Going to the Tang dynasty could guarantee their safety. As they ate, they became more and more determined to go to Luoyang. Have you guys talked to Dongzhu? Fan Fan drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. His stomach was warm, so he went out for a stroll to check on the situation. When he came back, he said to Lu Tingguang, who was roasting a raw deer leg, "When a general is outside, he can't accept the orders of the emperor." Lu Tingguang gave the answer, but didn't say anything else. "Last time I was too lenient. I should have let you lie on the ground for half a year. Throwing away the water and coal, you can't accept it?" Fan Fan understood. It was Lu Tingguang and the others who acted on their own. Lu Tingguang said indifferently, "Beat us? Really beat us to death? When you guys go out to carry out missions, do you listen to Dongzhu for every action?" "You didn't tell Dongzhu." Fan Fan pointed at the telegraph machine next to him. Someone was coding and preparing to send a report. The local generals made a decision in the face of danger. "I sent a report to Dongzhu. Can Dongzhu command from afar?" Lu Tingguang said confidently. It was so far away. How could Dongzhu know the actual situation? Fan Fan shook his head. "You don't know how powerful Dongzhu is. Didn't you receive the previous telegram?" "No." Lu Tingguang was surprised. "Ah, then. Oh, the frequency band. Dongzhu can actually control the frequency band. When Dongzhu told us to adjust the frequency, Dongzhu told us to adjust the frequency band." Lu Tingguang carefully recalled. "How did he do it?" "You'll understand if you change the frequency band often. This thing can't fall into the enemy's hands." Fan Fan could guess some of the technology. "Don't worry. I promise to destroy it before I die. If there's time, send a final telegram." Lu Tingguang nodded. Chapter 2142. Lu Tingguang's words sounded very solemn and stirring. Fan Fan laughed. "So you didn't memorize all the codes?" What he meant was that if he memorized all the codes, he would destroy the book. When you are caught by the enemy, you can use the opportunity to call for help or at least tell Zhuangzi your location. Then you can think of a way to die. For example, there is a grenade in the telegraph. You can hold it and detonate it. Later, Dongzhu will avenge you. The enemy will die more miserably than you, and it will not be a matter of 1 or 2 deaths. We have brought people who represent the receiving and receiving equipment and are all prepared to die. Memorized, but I am not familiar with it. Don't worry, if we are caught, none of us will say anything. Lu Tingguang was helpless. It was useless to be sad with people of the same status. But what he said was the truth. They had their families behind them and were living a good life. If they were caught by the enemy, they would find a way to die. If they died, their families would have absolute protection, and they would enter the martyrs' cemetery. If they confessed, they would still die, and their families would be in trouble. It would be better if they could lie. Remember, don't die if you can. Hold on. Once the location of the telegraph sends out a call for help, Dongzhu will fly over to help. It will take at most 2 days. Fan stopped joking. He knew how important Li Yi was to this. He was flying very fast. If they could fool others, they could hold on for 2 or 3 days. When Li Yi arrived, the situation would be reversed. Who could withstand Dongzhu's attack? On the surface, they were displaying heavy machine guns. Who knew what other weapons Dongzhu had? That's right. If I had 100,000 soldiers, I would not dare to capture someone from the Li family Zhuangzi to force Dongzhu to submit. Dongzhu might. Lu Tingguang followed and said what Li Yi could do. He mentioned to Fan that he could kill 10,000 people at once, and then ask him if he would let them go. He could count to 3, and then kill another 10,000 people at the count of 3. He also told him to go back and kill everyone's families. What was the use of a villager's life? It was even possible for the villagers to slit their own throats and commit suicide. If they died, they could bury 100,000 people and their families with them. You and I are both loyal. There's no need to say such things. Fan waved his hand repeatedly. Just hearing it was frightening. Some of the others hurriedly finished their meal and went to sleep in the house. Some of the babies woke up instead. Seeing so many people, they were so excited that they jumped around in their mother's arms. He fed her porridge made from rice and meat. While eating, he rudely took out the food that he had digested earlier. After receiving the order, the southwestern barbarians couldn't care less about anything else. Sleep, have a good sleep. There was no problem that couldn't be solved when they woke up. After eating, the people of the tribe slept soundly. They had someone to rely on. They were ordinary people. They had never thought of shouldering too much responsibility and relied more on others to command them. Furthermore, the armies they encountered were all power soldiers. Even if the power soldiers were so tired that they were lying on the ground, they were not afraid. They just needed to wait for them to wake up. It was just like how Li Yi's men felt when they saw the rabbit army during the disaster. The rabbit army stood at the front while they helped to cook at the back. It was daybreak. Those who rested for a few hours felt refreshed. Except for the children never got enough sleep. Those who had milk gathered together. The mothers ate while nursing their children. Dongzhu, both sides met. There were actually 2 people from the protectorate. Why didn't they tell you in advance? Should they be beheaded? The little robot reported to Li Yi, who was preparing to eat in the morning. Shouldn't their heads be twisted off for slandering others? Others are working hard in the wind and snow. Everything is for the Tang dynasty. But some things are asking to punish these people in a warm place. What do you think we should do? Li Yi tapped the little robot's head with his finger. I'm advising you not to punish them. Do you want their heads? What's the use of them? You have to fix them for me. I'm the cloud system's reserve. The little robot retreated. The lights flickered. You mean you want to die? There's a wall beside you. Hit it. Li Yi laughed. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to find Princess Yongmu. Humph. The little robot turned around and ran away. It ran 6 meters to the other side of Princess Yongmu. Help me bring the chili oil, Li Yi said with a smile. It's in the drawer. The little robot came back. The drawer automatically popped open. Why does everyone want to eat minced noodles today? It's so early in the morning. Li Yi put the chili oil into the bowl of noodles. Li Lang, eat less. It's too hot. I don't want to eat it. I usually just eat noodles. Princess Yongmu used chopsticks to mix her noodles. More than half of the bowl was made up of minced noodles. This should not be called minced noodles. It was more appropriate to call it big bowl of noodles. Noodles took up 1/3 of the bowl, and the rest were all other dishes. Li Yi felt that it was better to boil a bowl of clear water and then put it on the chopsticks. Why pour it into the bowl? When Tian, that's mixed noodles. It's so early in the morning. Do you want some soup? Li Yi asked. Xiaolan went to get it. It's for eating tofu pudding. Princess Yongmu nodded. Yes, but it was not soup. I'll have one too. What do you want to eat? Li Yi asked the little robot. I'm eating dog food, okay? What do you want me to eat? I can charge and watch the two of you show off your love. The little robot turned its body and its head turned back. Lu is here, ah. What's the posture of our little robot? Isn't your neck sore? Xiaolan came back with a big bowl of lure. She looked at the little robot and felt awkward. The little robot turned back. It's okay. Good words are warm in winter, and bad words are cold in June. Later, I'll carpet the place where you walk. It's the gentle slope next to the stairs. Is it okay with cashmere? Li Yi coaxed the little robot. Any fur blanket is fine. I don't want a blanket. It's just walking. Why is it so expensive? Dongzhu, you're the kindest. The little robot turned its body, and the drawer popped open. There was a fried hair tail inside, and the corners were removed. Li Yi took it out and patted the little robot's big head. Therefore, local politicians do not bully the people with their power, and yamen runners do not oppress people with their duties. He was saying, good words are warm in winter, and bad words are cold in June. Step by step, what should we do? Yi Fashion asked. He came over to eat this morning and sat next to him. Who would dare to drive away a person who was more than 100 years old? Li Yi replied naturally, step by step. The higher the level, the heavier the punishment. King Wu was a swordsman, and the people were full of scars. King Chu was a slender man, and many people in the palace starved to death. What should we do? Yi Fashion asked again. It's nothing more than profit and profit, money and money, salty brine, blade coin territory, shell glory, painting engraved. One was to eat salt to survive, the other was to fight to occupy land, the other was to use wealth to show off, and the other was how to write history books. The salt, blade coins, shells, and articles that Li Yi mentioned were all money. They were all for profit. The 4 kinds of money he mentioned were money. However, with different dynasties, the style of money was different in the eyes and hearts of some people. Chapter 2143. On the 30th day of the 10th lunar month, there was only one day left until the new moon. The people on Zhuangzi were busy setting up sheds. A light rain began to fall. Based on the experience of the older people and the observations of the imperial astronomer, this rain would last for a few days and might even turn into a downpour. Once this rain stopped, Luoyang would truly enter winter. The court assembly could not be missed. If it was the Hanyuan Palace, everyone could only use umbrellas. The low-ranking officials would use their own umbrellas, while the higher-ranking officials would have someone to cover them. The Li family Zhuangzi would naturally make the necessary arrangements. Sheds were set up on the plaza, and the people under the sheds were not afraid of being drenched by the rain. Li Longji and the others were watching the video. There were 22 people on the screen. There are many small countries in the area, but I don't know which one they are. The Romish country they mentioned might exist, but it might not exist. As for their surname, Li Yi held a pointer and explained on the screen. The other party said that they were from the Romish country. There were a total of 3 ships, and one of them capsized, and everything related to the country was thrown into the sea. The leader of the other party was called Hashika Tawadi, and the others had the same surname as him. Everyone was called Tawadi. That's impossible. Look at the color of their skin. It's dark. Any darker, and they would have gone to the south. Tawadi should be fair-skinned, similar to the people of the northwest. Li Yi continued, telling everyone that Tuwaidi was a local noble who originated from the invaders. Even the Arabs who fought with them did not have such dark skin. Li Yi began to talk about the local wars, including the Aryans, the Zoroastrianism, the destroyed Gupta dynasty, and the disputes between the small countries. In other words, the other party was not an Arab, but a person from one of the many small countries in Bangladesh. At the same time, they had a low social status in their own country. The leader was relatively fair-skinned, and it was very likely that he was a rich person with the surname Weisher. The people who followed him were of an even lower status, his slaves. It was like the status of the merchants of the Tang dynasty. They had some money, but it could be taken away at any time. Everyone listened attentively. Some of this information came from merchants or people from other kingdoms, but it was far from Li Yi's. Li Yi started to talk about history, systematizing it, and connecting the local situation. Therefore, it is very likely that these people's connections will be broken after they are connected. In the end, Li Yi concluded that 22 people had a low status in their own country. It would be difficult for them to develop long-term trade. Everyone was silent for a moment as they digested what Li Yi had said. As for where Li Yi had learned this from, it was not important. After a while, Lu Huaishan asked, "Can we ask the merchant fleet or the Tang dynasty navy to follow them back?" "No." Li Yi shook his head. "Their social status is low. If our people go with them, it will show that our country is not strong enough. Our businessmen have to go alone in the name of the Tang dynasty. That is, we can't support him." Yao Chong nodded, looking regretful. He and the others planned to turn the people from Haizhou into regular traders and establish a stronghold through them. Their status was too low, and others looked down on them. If they were forcefully raised, a war would definitely break out. Just now, Li Yi had talked about the characteristics of the caste system. It was impossible to change people unless one used force to conquer them. In the past, the Tang dynasty took back the good things of others to earn money. It was not because of the high cost of destroying a country. Lu Chong pulled his sleeves together. What if we use them to attract people from the higher caste? Just treat them as the envoys of the Romish country. He specialized in studying the various aristocratic families and had a better understanding of the situation. Some of the people in the big families were born of concubines and had a low status in the family. Some were even children born of concubines and maids. Could such children represent their families? Hua Xiubing could at least find opportunities with his family to lead troops to war. Then, through the children of concubines, they could get to know the family head and cooperate with the family head to give the children of concubines some benefits. I'm just afraid that he won't be willing. Once he goes back, he might not come back. Su Yi was worried. If he did not say it directly, the other party would continue to pretend. At the same time, he was thinking of other ways to cover up his lie. Song Jing looked at Yao Chong. If we give him something precious, he will definitely sell it when he goes back. Would others just watch him earn a lot of money and not do anything? Yao Chong was slightly stunned. I only wanted to help the Li family Zhuangzi train craftsmen and did not have any thoughts of stealing. As he spoke, he looked at Li Longji, meaning that he did not dare to steal the people that Li Longji valued. Okay, Li Longji nodded slightly. Yes, he did not dare to steal the things that Li Longji valued. If brother did not go to the Li family Zhuangzi first and tell me, at that time when others came in contact with him, I did not know. Are you sure you won't steal it? Of course. You can only have the heart and cannot steal it. Do you think Brother Yi is so easy to deal with? If he can poison you, he doesn't care if you are a minister or not. You will die without knowing that you were poisoned. Don't doubt it. This is a little cruel to them. They overcame difficulties from far away. Perhaps the 2 ships and the things on the ships are all they have. Li Yi considered others. It was easy to use them. They only needed to tell a lie. Why should he watch them suffer? Their families are on the other side. They won't abandon their families, right? They will go back. Zhang Juling took care of his hometown. For the convenience of communication, He raised pigeons to send messages. He resigned and went home, but he still wanted to help the people in his hometown build roads. If he could easily abandon his family, would he still be worthy of trust and care? Don't look for them in the imperial court. Do a lie detector test on them. Otherwise, if a low-caste person deceived the Tang emperors and the ministers, we can't afford to lose face. Li Yi raised his eyebrows and postponed the official meeting. The lie detector test needed to be carried out through other aspects. First, they would ask whether they could lie and confirm their physical data before asking other questions. Okay, Li Longji said again. The order was passed down, and the 22 people were brought to a special courtyard in Zhuangzi. The vice minister of Honglu Temple, Tian Qingyuan, told them that it was raining and that he would not see them for the time being. The imperial court would be better when the moon was full on the 15th. 22 people lived in this house. The glass windows of this house made it obvious that it was no small matter. There was also a beautiful table and exquisite porcelain on the table. Oh, such a big mirror. I can look at myself alone. What is this place? Going to the toilet? This big basin is made of porcelain? What is it used for? The 22 people looked at the facilities in the courtyard. There were several independent toilets and a special bathroom. They bathed by the river and had never soaked in it. After coming to the Tang dynasty, they had soaked in wooden buckets. They did not recognize this kind of thing. Fortunately, Lu Tong of Honglu Temple was here. He explained to them one by one and told them how to use it. Chapter 2144. At dinner time, the food was sent to the courtyard. 22 people skillfully learned how to use chopsticks. They started to learn after coming to the Tang dynasty. They used to use their hands. After dinner, they took a bath. The special bathroom could hold several people, but only one person took a bath. The others ran to the window and looked out. Some stood at the door and put their ears on the door. Another 4 people strolled into the yard. They didn't talk and just looked around. At this time, the man who called himself Hashika Tivity from the Tang dynasty was taking a bath. He said to the person next to him, "When you go to bed at night, leave someone to guard the door." The people in the bathroom nodded to show that they understood. "When we go back, we'll find a boat somewhere else and buy it with the good things we got from the Tang dynasty. Then take me and your families and leave Sherbois." Hashika Tivity said about the future arrangement. The people in the bathroom were happy. They could make money and go back to pick up their families. "We'll go to another place and buy slaves." "You also have slaves to use," Hashika Tivity said again. The others were even more excited and grinned. On the other side, many people were looking at the screen. There were no women. They were taking a bath. A translator was responsible for translating what he said into the Tang dynasty language. So their country is called Sherbois. As Xiaoyi said, this person is the 3rd caste. The others are the 4th caste and pretend to be the 1st caste. Bai Gu was expressionless. The people inside said that they couldn't say their real names at any time, especially their surnames. Otherwise, a 3rd caste and a group of 4th caste people wouldn't be treated with courtesy by the Tang dynasty. "Xiao Yi, which caste will we be when we get there?" Bai Gu was curious. "According to the color of our skin, you and I are the 2nd caste. The people in Suya town have white skin and are the 1st caste." Li Yi thought about it and gave an answer. "That's ridiculous." Song Jing was not happy. "Why am I the 2nd caste? But according to the national strength, we'll be the highest there. As long as the army is strong enough and your skin is completely black, they'll think you're noble." "Li Yi, in terms of strength, we were different from them in the past. They're going to run when they get back." Su Yi reminded everyone not to discuss useless topics. According to what they said, they didn't plan to stay in their original place after they returned. They wanted to bring their families to other countries. Obviously, the country they were going to should have no caste system, so they could enjoy their lives. Li Yi looked at the screen with a look of admiration. People with ideas. Under their caste system, People of lower castes generally don't have any thoughts of resistance. They think that they should be at the bottom of society, Lee started to explain again. Right now, there was a war going on in that area. Small countries were fighting against small countries, and even foreign races were fighting against each other. It was not known at this time which period the wars of religion took place, and the information might not be entirely correct. However, there was one thing that was very clear. The religion that the locals believed in was to trick people of the lower castes into accepting their fate and that they would be like this for the rest of their lives. They could not go against the nobles and resign themselves to their fate. Even in his time, ordinary people in some areas had similar thoughts, even if they had received a higher level of education. As for the country called Dan, who liked to eat chili, their country's happiness index was the highest. In the eyes of outsiders, the local people were very poor. At least, there were not that many household appliances, medical conditions could not keep up, and entertainment facilities were lacking. However, people just felt happy and lived very happily every day. It was the power of religion. Even if they lost their independence in foreign affairs and relied on other countries for military affairs, the people of the third caste on the screen actually planned to run away. This person was not bad. Poor people. Liriji sighed. Who isn't a poor person? People in the martial arts world can't help themselves. In our Tang dynasty, there are slaves and farmers. Everyone has their own position. Li Yi did not feel that others were pitiful. Liriji, were you not pitiful in the past? You didn't know how to run a business. After you were given power, you kept resigning. Did you have a good life when you returned home? Look at Yao Chong, isn't he powerful? His son was also corrupt and took bribes. He was a person with ideas. But in the end, if I didn't help him, even his house was taken back and he ran to rent another house elsewhere. Look at Lu Huaishan. For the sake of his family, he gave up his salary. After he died, his family didn't even have a decent house. Oh, he also rented a house in Chang, and when he was alive. Look at me, I have the same ideas, but I'm different from Yao Chang's son. Brother E is right. A pitiful person like me worries every day. Sigh. Li Longji seemed to feel something and shook his head and sighed. The officials, including Li Yi, the person on the screen, continued to speak. The person began to call out the names of others. There were surnames such as Su Lanji, Nai, and so on. I, Dobgan Modi, will lead you to a good life. The person finally said his name, Dobgan Modi. Oh, Li Yi seemed to understand. No wonder it's Dobgan Modi. This surname is good. Modi, a person with ideas. After saying that, he cackled twice, like a goose quacking. Gangro, why are you laughing at this surname? Zhang, Juling, was puzzled. It's just Dobgan Modi, why are you laughing? It's okay. I was wondering why he wanted to resist. Dobgan Modi, not bad, he's a character. I'm now thinking if we train him, will he eventually establish a country and then lead troops to fight the Tang dynasty in order to divert domestic conflicts when the internal situation is unstable? He looked up at the ceiling and continued to cackle after he finished speaking. Even if he has 100 guts, he still dares to talk about fighting a small country? Li Longji snorted. Li nodded his head. Yes, a small country. In the future, when the Tang dynasty trades there will be wars. We don't fight others, but others want to fight us. People don't want to hurt the tiger, but the tiger wants to hurt people. Ugh. In fact, if we trade, it's a kind of harm to them. We sell our technology for money, and they provide the raw materials. If we need a lot of food, their upper class will not care if the people below are short of food in order to enjoy themselves. Li Yi believed that trade itself was a war. It depended on what the demand was. The trade war of food would lead to war. They don't care. Su Yi reminded him again. Dobgan Modi has such a plan. It's not certain whether he can do it or not. If he really succeeds in bringing people to escape, is it so easy to establish a foothold in a new place? In the end, they still have to come over to trade things with us. They rely on their other abilities to live, and it's far less profitable than trading things with the Tang dynasty. Let's look again and understand more. If it doesn't work, let them be professional translators. Their language is different from the local languages. Just like the dialects of the Tang dynasty, their families can be brought out. They can also go to the Tang dynasty. We'll set up a school to train students to learn other languages and translate on board. Li Yi did not think that the other party would cut off the Tang dynasty just because they ran away. Once they enjoyed the sudden wealth of trade, how could they stop? Chapter 2145. Dobgon Modi didn't know that there were many surveillance cameras in the house. He continued to talk and ask someone to scrub his back. Those people were fascinated by the picture he painted. They were waiting to trade for things to earn big money and go back to live in another place. Then they would buy their own slaves and not work all day long to enjoy themselves. Li Longji looked a few more times and saw that someone was scrubbing his back. He stopped looking and turned to go to another room. The people from Honglu Temple stayed behind to listen and remember the key points. Drink some tea. Bai Gu looked at Li Yi. Okay. Li Yi agreed. He set up the kung fu tea and gave everyone a cup. Everyone looked for old Bai when they couldn't sleep at night. It had nothing to do with him. The local people don't even know how to resist. Pitiful and sad. Bai Gu took a sip of tea and sighed. Those who are beaten are conquered by people from other places. For example, Xiongnu, Xianbei, Jia, Changdi. Li Yi gave an example. In the past, they were also in some places with low status and couldn't defeat others. It's not the same. At least there were people who resisted and eventually defeated other places. It was Nan Bei Chao. Song Jing disagreed. How can we be the same as them? They didn't know how to resist. Li Yi distributed the tea. It's true. The local small countries are worse than before Nan Bei Chao. So many that we don't know the name of their country. Maybe when we just know it, it changed in the blink of an eye. Su Yi had never heard of Sherbo. He looked at Li Yi and knew that he didn't know either. There were so many that even Li Yi didn't know. He could guess how many there were and how chaotic it was. Li Yi didn't add water for the time being. He picked up the almonds and ate them. The more you fight, the poorer you get. The poorer you are, the more you fight. A strong and unified country is a blessing for the people, just like the Tang dynasty. When the military strength is stable, economic construction is an important strategy to stabilize the country, especially internal corruption. It must be eliminated. Strong cities have always been breached from the inside. He taught everyone a lesson and kept emphasizing the problem of corruption. Therefore, those who like to fight will die. Song Jing found a topic to talk about. He wanted to weaken the power of the generals. Some wars can make money, such as the oil we need. Our Tang dynasty's taste is not good enough. There are good ones outside, and at the same time they are easy to dig out. We can bring them back to process them into products and sell them back. If 100 ships of oil were shipped over, they wouldn't even need to use 1 ship's worth of oil products. Compared to selling glass and mirrors, the things made from oil can be used by the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi retorted to Song Jing, who said that it was expensive for him to fight. Besides, how could Tubo not fight? Someone hit you. The later Turks are so savage, always attacking us. With our soldiers defending, do they not eat? You don't know that they are working hard to develop in the northeast. That person in Bohai Kingdom is about to die, right? Anyway, I've already given him the medicine. He can take it if he meets the right symptoms. Look at the pine nuts you're eating. Where did you get them? Song Jing was unhappy. He lowered his head and picked at the pine nuts with his fingernails. Zhang Juling tried to smooth things over. Kerosene and diesel refined from oil are more convenient for lighting lamps. When there are enough of them, the people of the Tang dynasty can use them. When looking for a place to build an oil refinery, many of the subsidiary products lack technology. The improvement of materials is also a factor of technology. Li Yi followed up. When there are more oil, the steam engine can be replaced with an internal combustion engine. Ordinary people can't buy it, but renting it is not a problem. they can continue to build roads for better transportation. Everyone began to talk about future trade and development. Compared to the small countries in the chaos of war, their own great Tang was much better. The next day, the rain did not stop. In fact, it got heavier. Li Longji mainly wanted to feel the prosperity and power of the Tang dynasty, so he chose the good ones to talk about. Li Yi was in the hospital and did not go. Was it not uncomfortable to have a shelter when it rained? It was wet and cold. There were patients in the hospital who had undergone appendectomy. Some of them had their stitches removed and could walk normally. Li Yi did not dare to let them out. They had to recover completely before they could continue to work. Now he observed them and enlightened them. He told them that they would be paid half of their wages. They also ate at the construction site. At the same time, they had inflammation during work. It was a work injury. Li Yi could only comfort himself and others. He had no choice. If he did not give them wages, the people would be worried to death. He did not give them all because he was afraid that some people would be lazy and get sick. Li Lang, Ron came back last night. Li walked around. When he was resting, Princess Yongmu came to find him. Ron. Li Yi looked like he was thinking. The one who built the road in Shirshazi village. Princess Yongmu reminded him. Oh. Li Yi remembered. Yes, there was such a person. He has something to do? Li Yi reacted again. Ron went to spend the night with Princess Yuzhen. He would not let Princess Yongmu mention it to him. He said he thought of a good way to build the road. Princess Yongmu had something to say. Him? A way to build the road? Li Yi's tone rose twice in a row. There were craftsmen in charge of building roads. How many years had the road been built? Since ancient times. How could he think of a good way? Did he think the craftsmen were stupid? It can't be stealing the credit, right? Li Yi considered that the craftsmen might have ideas during the construction process and reported it. The officials under the Ministry of Works would not steal it. As long as they said which craftsman it was, they would naturally be rewarded. The craftsmen could be promoted and receive benefits. It depended on the merit. The people of the imperial court were not stupid. If the officials stole the credit, the craftsmen would not have ideas in the future. It shouldn't be, right? Princess Yongmu was not sure. He said that when it rains, he directly smeared the cement and sand on the road, then turned it over and pressed it. It was fast. No, it's not stealing the credit. Li Yi was sure that it was absolutely not. You can tell. Princess Yongmu was curious. How could he be so sure? The craftsmen are not stupid. How could he come up with such a rotten idea? It's his own idea. That's right. Li Yi laughed. It's not possible. There's a ratio for cement to build the road. How do you mix it with rain? Add the soil on the road and mix it together. He can use his brain, which is worth encouraging, but don't think about cement. There's not enough elsewhere. Li Yi felt that he could not be too discouraging. It was not easy for the craftsman. Princess Yongmu blinked. He also said that if the road is long, especially when facing a hillside, even if there's no river, a bridge will have to be built. If it's just a hole, there will be a lot of traffic, which will compact the hole under the road. Rain or seepage on the mountain will erode the road, and that place will inevitably be muddy. If the bridge is broken, it can be repaired. It's easier than repairing the road. The road bed won't be soaked. Li Yi was stunned. After a few breaths, he said, "Culvert? It's not easy to build a culvert with cement. It's indeed suitable to use bamboo to pave it." He thought of the place from Luoyang to the Yellow River. There were many mountains, and they had to take a detour. Another type of culvert was paved with stone. When there was a lot of traffic, it would be difficult to repair it. Bamboo could be replaced quickly. This method was good, but who came up with it? Chapter 2146. Look here. It's raining now, and the rain is flowing down. There must be ditches on both sides of the road. The water's momentum is strong, and just ditches aren't enough. Make an opening In another place, Ron was drawing for Princess True Jade and introducing his ideas. He performed well last night. Wasn't this work? Physical labor. Walking around was also considered training. If he always sat and read, he would be weak in that aspect. Exercise was the way of the king. Princess True Jade sat at the side and listened, her eyes revealing a look of appreciation. Princess Jinxian held a Taoist book in her hand. It had just been printed and she had just arrived. She wanted to let Princess True Jade see the layout. There were many punctuation marks and paragraphs in this edition. It wasn't a page or a paragraph, and it was tiring to read. Today's book was a horizontal page. People who read vertical pages were not used to it. It was no problem for those who read newspapers. There were many horizontal pages in the newspaper, and some large words were written vertically, which was eye-catching. Ron spoke excitedly. He drew a circle on the side of the road on the paper with his pen. Here grow lotus flowers and raise fish. The water on the mountain can't be wasted. Make use of it as much as possible. The bridge is laid horizontally with bamboo. Under the bridge, there are cobblestones all the way to the pond, supplemented by fine sand and cobblestones. Weeping willows are planted next to it, and there's a pavilion. When you're tired from walking, you can rest. You can enjoy the scenery in summer and the snow in winter. It also has the effect of sheltering from the sun and rain. In addition, there's a small boat in the pond. Scholars ride the boat to admire the flowers and read the books. Ron couldn't stop talking. He had ideas. On the table next to him, the people in Princess True Jade's residence were like Tao Hong and Ching Song, quickly recording. Everyone wrote down a sentence, without missing anything. Princess True Jade nodded from time to time. When Ron said that he was tired and wanted water, she personally poured tea for him. Ron has indeed improved. When you're done recording, give it to Lee. If he thinks it's good, you'll have done a great service. Princess True Jade was happy. Ron was finally going to make it. Cough, cough, cough. Ron, who had just taken a sip of water, choked and coughed hard. Princess True Jade patted his back. After a while, Ron stopped. How should I show it to Lee? Ron had a psychological shadow. Lee was like a mountain pressing on his head. Previously, when he was recommended to His Majesty had compared him to Lee, which was why he had gone to repair the road. Up until now, he had not changed his job of repairing the roads. He had only written a 10,000 citizens manifesto and was praised for his literary talent. How could he continue to repair the roads? Show it to His Majesty. Is His Majesty not going to ask Lee? It's useless for Bai Zhongshu to see it. Princess True Jade didn't have any psychological trauma. She was a princess, and Lee couldn't do anything to her. Fine. Ron drank his tea again. Princess Jinxian pulled Princess True Jade to the other side and read the layout of the book together. At noon, Li Longji held a feast and told everyone not to leave. It was raining, so they could eat together under the shelter. Li brought Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and his 2 disciples to eat. Today they were eating barbecued meat, lamb, chicken, and duck. Li Longji had changed into his father's regular clothes. It was inconvenient for him to eat in court clothes. Li Dan hadn't been around earlier. She only came after the meeting. She was old and felt uncomfortable sitting for a long time. Li took the initiative to eat with them. If he sat somewhere else, he would have been called over. Princess True Jade came over from behind and handed Li a few pieces of paper. One of them had a drawing on it. After giving it to him, she turned around and went back to eat. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the little girl also went over to the other side. Li, who was about to wash his hands, stopped and looked at it first. As he looked, he frowned. At the end, he put down a stack of paper and washed his hands. What's the matter? Li Longji picked it up. Ron wrote it. Li looked at the arrangement on the table. Ron? Oh, it's for road repair. Li Longji had a good memory and looked at the content. Not long after, he finished reading and washed his hands. Is it feasible? Repairing the bridge is a good idea. Laying culverts takes a lot of labor, and it's not easy to repair them. Luoyang doesn't lack bamboo. There are many old ones that can be replaced at any time. As for the pond, planting lotus flowers, raising fish, building pavilions, flying boats, and laying cobblestones and sand below, sigh. Things are troublesome. Someone should be up to no good. According to the conspiracy theory, Li Yi said that the last sentence was the most crucial. Tell me in detail. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry to eat the food his sister sent. Repairing the pond makes it easy to fall into the water. You can't enjoy the scenery while on the road. Many people sink in the lotus pond. Cobblestones and sand should be placed under the bridge and washed away by the water. The bridge should be paved with bluestone or cement. Otherwise, if the water washes too much, the bottom will become deeper and deeper. Princess True Jade sent the paper. Ron's idea made her feel good. Li Yi didn't say anything. The matter was very simple. Li Longji closed his eyes and pondered. After a dozen breaths, he opened them. Stealing other people's credit will definitely be punished. Check and see who's in contact with Ron. He understood. The front was good, but why was the back paved with cobblestones and sand? Clearly, Ron didn't understand. If he didn't understand the simplest principle, how did he know about the front? Stealing other people's credit was punished because Li Yi was involved. What did Princess True Jade think of Li Yi? If there was someone instigating behind the scenes, the matter would be serious. He wasn't afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves remembering. Follow Ron's method. Make one first and choose the location well. Tell him that when the road is finished, he'll be promoted. He'll have meritorious service. Li Yi spoke. In passing, he picked up a slice of roasted lamb. He didn't dip it in anything and tasted it first. Li Longji stretched out his chopsticks. Okay, dig one and fill it in later. No, cobblestones and sand won't do. Dig a pond. I have other uses, including a pavilion, Li Yi said vaguely. Li Longji wanted to ask again, but he stopped and ate first. After he ate a piece of meat, Li Yi also paused his chopsticks. Cut down the bamboo and soak it in water. Process it a bit. One pavilion is too little. Build more for repairing cars. One stop for 10 li. You have to choose the location well. The pond will supply the soaked bamboo to the bamboo bridge. Brother Yi, you should be the one to repair the road. Li Longji laughed. I think so too. I guarantee it'll be sturdy. Li Yi reached out for the wine bowl. He paused for a moment and picked it up. He was considering whether or not he had to go to the hospital in the afternoon. In case he drank too much, he'd better drink less. Li Dan personally picked up a slice of lamb for Li Yi. Shall Yi eat more? It's convenient to have a train. The sheep transported from Guangzhou are few in Hunan province. Li Yi got up slightly and took a plate. When the dual tracks are completed, it'll be the most convenient to eat sea fish in Guangzhou. The price will drop again and again to save feed. He knew that the Emperor Emeritus wanted to show off his achievements. He did well. He had a plan to deal with the conspiracy and found the railroad as an excuse. Li Dan continued, You have to give Ron a small official position. Zhuangzi will be the imperial court's office. Choose a suitable location. Good. When we return to Chang, and we'll bring it to Chang'an. Li Yi thought for 2 seconds. Understood. If you put people under your skin, they wouldn't be easy to use. It wasn't easy for Princess True Jade to find a pleasing male companion. If he killed him, Princess True Jade would be sad. He'd do her a favor. Li Longji glanced at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher turned around and went in to tell Princess True Jade the good news. Your Ron's idea is too good, especially the pond and so on. Everyone agrees. Chapter 2147. The rain pitter-pattered against the roof of the shed, and the whole sky looked gray. Occasionally, a small wind blew, making people feel the coldness for a moment. This kind of coldness seemed to penetrate the bones. It was not hot, but they were sweating. The sweat was sticky in their clothes. When the wind blew, it stayed on them, and their hair stood on end. Fortunately, there was a court meeting today, so there were not many things to do in the afternoon. Everything that could be arranged had been settled in advance. Drinking the warm yellow wine, some of the coldness quickly dissipated. Princess, true jade in the room, also drank. She was indeed happy, as she did not know. The man she liked was still capable. Look, he repaired the bridge, the pond, the lotus, and the fish. She ordered people to prepare wine and meat for Ron to bring back when she returned. Ron could not participate in the court meeting, and there were many places in Zhuangzi that he could not go. Princess Yongmu was puzzled. The credit for repairing the bridge was given to Ron. Didn't Li Lang suspect that it was not written by Ron? Thinking about it, she thought that since the victim did not come to her door, giving Ron face was giving her aunt face. If someone really said that it was written by him, they would reward him more and give him more benefits. Thus, she happily drank 2 mouthfuls of wine. Xiaolan occasionally ate a mouthful of meat, but she did not touch wine. She only dared to drink when she went back, for fear of causing trouble. The officials were in a good mood. In the Li family Zhuangzi, there was no shortage of meat to eat. It was not like before, when eating meat at home was considered to improve their lives. Their mood was because of the things given after the court meeting. Chili oil, soap, perfume, women's products. They could not afford to buy these things with their own money. If others bribed them to give them, they would lose their lives. They could only rely on His Majesty and the Li family Zhuangzi to give them. Every month, there was still a little surplus that could not be used up. Then, when he applied for leave and his wife went back to her parents' home, he would give them to her and show his face in front of his mother-in-law and father-in-law. In fact, being able to participate in the court meeting and being a 5th-rank Chang, an official was already enough for him to show his face, right? But why did he feel that he would be more confident if he gave them the Li family Zhuangzi's things? Why don't we give more things to the officials today? It's almost the new year. They have wives. They all have wives, right? Li Yi suddenly realized that a 5th-grade official of Chang, and couldn't be single at that age. Those who were ugly were not qualified to be Chang, and officials. It was uncomfortable to look at them. In terms of appearance, the officials were passable, but in terms of wealth, no matter how poor they were still better off than farmers and laborers. Needless to say, if you don't have the ability, why would you be an official like this? He had the looks, wealth, and talent. If he couldn't find a wife, there would be problems. After thinking about it, Li Yi smiled. There's still a month before the new year. If you can't go back to your parents' home with your wife, you can at least ask the relay station to send you there. He was an official in Chang, and his home was somewhere else. He had elders in his family, so he ought to show his sincerity. It's not appropriate for His Majesty to be involved in this matter. Reward those who deserve it. Li Yi gave a reason. He believed that he could seize the opportunity to find the person behind this. Perhaps he was in the same group as the one who instigated Buddhism to stir up trouble. How much? Li Longji was indifferent. After all, he didn't need to spend money. The officials were grateful to him for the things he gave. Who would object to Li Yi calling them brothers? It's enough silk to make 8 to 10 sets of clothes. It's enough for 8 to 10 people to use soap for a year. It's enough for them to eat chili oil once every 8 to 10 days. It's enough for them to apply mosquito-repellent toilet water 8 to 10 times a day in hot areas, even in winter. Li Yi gave a number. That was all. It was not easy to give other things. Giving kerosene lamps was easy to be stolen. Li Longji was speechless. You'll give 18 to 88? Can't you give 3 to 5? Brother Yi, please spend more. Li Longji agreed. There were many officials in the imperial court. It's okay. It saves money if there's no war. Li Yi shook his head. He wanted to keep all the officials, especially those in Hunan. If they really found the person, How many families would the other party be? Their influence would be huge. It was impossible for the officials to not have any contact with them. Even some of their family members were officials in the imperial court. If it was another emperor, would they give you these things? What? If it was another emperor who came to rob the Li family Zhuangzi, they would have as many as they wanted. That's right, they would have as many mats as they wanted. They would wrap all of you up and bury you. They wouldn't even give you coffins. Hee hee. Li Yi could not help but laugh when he thought of burying people. Hee hee. Li Longji looked at Li Yi and laughed. Song Jing and the others, who were not far away, saw Li Longji's state. They looked at each other, shook their heads, and continued to eat meat. After the banquet ended, Princess True Jade brought her people back to the courtyard. Her people carried food boxes one after another for them to eat when they returned. They were not like Xiaolan, who could attend the banquet. She, who served the empress, was also not qualified to sit at the table. Li Yi carried the food to Guizi. Guizi was standing a dozen steps away. He had a throwing knife at his waist, an assault rifle around his neck, and a heavy machine gun at his feet. Let's go and eat. I'll eat 6 slices of meat, 3 taels of yellow wine, and drink another 3 taels. Li invited. Okay. Guizi agreed. He bent down to pick up the ammunition box for the crane gun and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi handed the food box to Guizi's other hand. He carried the heavy machine gun with both hands. Let's go. Next time when I'm here, don't take so many bullets. That way, you can take the heavy machine gun yourself. Li Yi went to his courtyard. He had something to give Guizi. Then I don't have to bring the heavy machine gun. Guizi did not care. If he was willing to exchange, he could even exchange the heavy machine gun. Save as much as you can. Li Yi estimated the price. The heavy machine gun was expensive. The two returned to the courtyard and put down the things. Li Yi went to another room and pushed out a wheeled box. He opened the box and took out a cannon. He said to Guizi, with a long focal length lens and a camera, you can shoot things from very far away. It's better than binoculars. Oh. Guizi stood up and carefully touched the large lens. Take the binoculars and follow me to the roof. Li Yi led Guizi up the stairs in the house. When the two of them reached the top, Li Yi looked around and pointed to the east. Look over there. Guizi raised the binoculars and looked. Li Yi said, find someone who doesn't move. It's best if you can't see his face through the binoculars. Guizi nodded. He looked for the distance first, and then looked for the person. There was one who was holding something in his hand and standing under a tree. I found it, he told Li Yi. Okay, remember his position. Then we'll use this to look. Oh, it's quite heavy. Li Yi passed the camera over. Sure enough, the cannon felt good in his hands. Guizi took it, and Li Yi began to adjust it. Be careful. Don't let go. This thing is not cheap. Don't worry. Just like how people tremble when holding binoculars for the first time, I won't. I can adapt to anything, Guizi promised. Okay, let's adjust it. See? Li helped. F***CK. He took a book of Tao Te Ching. Guizi's hand trembled as he shouted. Chapter 2148. Steady, isn't it just a telescope that can see a little further? We can use it to look at the moon. It's full of pits, and the key is that it can take pictures continuously. It's also convenient to deal with later. Li Yi introduced the functions of the camera and the long focal length lens. It was pretty good stuff. Guizi swallowed. He did take the Tao Te Ching, and the words are very clear. This thing can be used as... Yes, I'll give you a mission later. Go and take pictures of others and bring all the auxiliary tools. Li nodded. No problem. I'm just asking you to take pictures secretly. Who have you taken pictures of with it? Guizi changed the scenery and stopped taking pictures of the Tao Te Ching. Why would I take pictures of others? On the yacht. Otherwise, how would I see things in the distance? Li Yi said as he turned and went downstairs. Guazi heard the footsteps and followed with the cannon in his arms. Li took out the meat and wine below and placed them on the table. It all started with Ron. I heard you talking. You want me to follow Ron to find another person or several people. Guazi was a dozen steps away at the time and heard it clearly. Correct. There's also a hummingbird camera listening device. It's very small and needs you to control it. You don't need the big one. You just need to take pictures of their mouths when they're talking. You can know what they're talking about by reading their lips. After that, it'll be hard on you. When Ron comes out from Princess True Jade, follow him from afar. Li arranged things. This set of things was suitable for spy work. What if I see him with a woman? When you say together, how do you mean together? If it's that kind of thing, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Kill them. Li felt that it would be easy after that. Princess True Jade wouldn't be too sad. Find the person behind it first, then make a move. You don't have to kill them. Also, try to understand the craftsman who gave Ron the idea to fix the bridge. This person has a flexible mind and doesn't build culverts. Li thought of another matter. In his heart, the craftsman was more valuable than Ron. Eat meat. Guazi nodded and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Li accompanied him. It's best to take 2 more people to help you carry things. In any case, you won't be discovered from afar. Take 10 people and spread out, Guazi replied while chewing. Distribute the goods and distribute the benefits. Brothers, send more home this year. Li looked at the meat. Good. Guazi took a big gulp of wine. The families of the brothers who sacrificed themselves should give them more. I'll give each family an extra 100 ounces. Li agreed. At night, Ron didn't leave and stayed in Princess True Jade's courtyard. He woke up early the next morning and drank a lot of nourishing porridge. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort last night. He needed to go back and supervise the construction of the road. When the road was completed, he would be an official. He carried a basket and hummed a tune along the way. He seemed to be in a good mood. Guazi's group of 10 left the village through another road. Some were pushing carts, some were driving carts, some were carrying poles, and some were carrying choppers and ropes as if they were going into the mountains to gather firewood. Ron went out on the road, found the donkey cart, negotiated the price, and the donkey cart pulled him north. He needed to walk a long distance. The road was not straight, and it had to be 35 miles. He was overseeing the work at that place. The donkey cart moved at a moderate speed, and the bell on the donkey's neck jingled nonstop. After the donkey cart had walked 3 miles, the 2-horse cart loaded the cart, other things, and people before starting to move. Guazi drove the cart. Someone got a basket on the cart and covered himself in it. The rest of the place was covered with a sack, leaving gap. He looked at Ron through the gap with his binoculars and didn't look at the cart. What if he jumped off halfway and went somewhere else? After walking for about 20 miles, it was 10 o'clock in a while. The person observing in the cart shouted, "Stop, the donkey cart isn't going. The donkey is throwing a tantrum." "Sho!" Guazi stopped the horse and pulled the brake. He jumped down and took an oil can. He squatted beside the wheel, looking like he was going to oil the axle. A few other people also got off the cart and pointed at the side. There were quite a few people here. They were repairing the road, widening and strengthening the original path. Some of the paths were not in good condition, so they were opened up from other places. Fill in the soil where it should be filled, and put explosives where it should be blasted open. A kind person came over to help and told Guazi that he should lift the wheel or set it up so that he could turn it when oiling it. So a few other people lifted the wheel, and Guazi turned it to drip oil. Li always felt that this was how everyone cheered to cheer the axle. "It's done," the person in the basket whispered. Guazi got on the cart and continued on his way. After noon, the donkey cart arrived at the place. Ron seemed to be very used to it along the way. Guazi drove the cart to a fork in the road and drove the cart over. The construction workers behind him were still shouting, You can't pass there. You have to come back when the time comes. There's a pit." Guazi didn't listen and continued to drive. A few hundred meters ahead, it was indeed not easy. The cart couldn't pass. The horses were unloaded. One person led the 2 horses, and the others directly lifted the cart. After a few more miles, there was no one around. The 4 winged knights stayed behind a guard. The other 6 people carried things on their backs, held ropes and choppers, and went up the mountain. They climbed where they should climb, and built human ladders where they should build human ladders. When the sky was dark, everyone found the most suitable location. Opposite the foot of the mountain was Ron's residence. The house was made of bamboo. It had newspaper paper windows, but no glass. The other construction workers lived in places that were not as exquisite as his house. Some places were pieced together to form air leaks and sealed with hay and mud. Looking at Ron through the binoculars, his expression couldn't be seen clearly, but his movements could be seen. Guazi set up the cannon, adjusted it, and aimed it at Ron. At this time it was clear. Ron was eating with the others outside. There were 2 large roasted chickens in the basket, and he was sharing them with the other craftsmen. He was a craftsman, not a laborer. This person even knows to bring food for others. It seems that they get along well. One of the winged knights said. The other craftsmen's ideas were also taken away by him in exchange for small favors. Another feathered, forest-flying cavalry said. Maybe the other craftsmen said it when they were chatting. They didn't officially report it to him. Guazi spoke up for Ron. After all, it was quite immoral to secretly take photos of others. "Let's stay here for the night. I'll go take a look and set up 2 shacks." The person who spoke earlier took a hatchet and looked for branches that could be used. "Why don't we?" In order to find the truth, we don't have to suffer. It's not like we haven't eaten before. It's better than being brought by Li Dongzhu. Strong, right? Little second you don't know, right? You found out later. I don't know what it was like when Li Dongzhu brought you to play, but I know what it was like when you brought us to play. Far from it. We don't have any life-saving methods. I don't know if they're recruiting new people. I want to bring them to play too. Chapter 2149. The sun lightly jumped out of the horizon. After the rain, Luoyang seemed even colder. Li Yi's heart was warm because he could take half of the bill for the sealed-off temples in Luoyang Palace. Then he would look at the properties and fields. Li Longji's face was cold. Baigu sighed from time to time. It's also accumulated over many years. It's not a one-time thing. Zhang Jiling helped the monks and Taoists to say something. The Tang dynasty's imperial court has been accumulating for many years. Why didn't it accumulate? Su Yi flipped through the account book with trembling hands. There were many kinds of things recorded in the account book, including gold, silver, jade, coral, diamond, Z-beads, pearls, tortoiseshell, copper coins, silk and satin, large denomination exchange coupons. If one casually flipped through the account book of any temple, the estimated value of the items would be at least 200,000 taels. On the other hand, there were relatively few Taoist temples. They were only relative and folded in half. There shouldn't be many temples outside. Luoyang Palace's situation is different. There should be some on Mount Song. Then there's Chang'an. Oh, Chang'an doesn't count. Baigu analyzed. In fact, he cared a lot about the temples in Chang'an. Would Chang'an be worse than Luoyang? The soldiers at the border were in urgent need of baggage. The common people paid money to the county yamen. The women in Pyongkong Square sent money. The common people in Shu carried it on poles, pushed it on wheelbarrows, and carried it on their shoulders. The Salt Gang and the anti-gang organization mobilized people. Xiao Yi and Zhuangzi didn't care about how much money they had to pay. Everyone knew that the military forces of the Tang dynasty lost the war. The enemy would come in. How can there be an egg intact when the nest is overturned? Song Jing, who was against the soldiers having too much power, talked about the war. They talked about the temples, but everyone understood what he meant. If the country was broken, like the later Turks, how could the temples in Chang and Luoyang not be robbed? Li Yi, on the other hand, was full of smiles. He didn't care if others paid or not. When the roaming king attacked the capital, the people in the capital complained that they were poor and had their properties confiscated. According to the records, there were more than 70 million taels of silver. Those who complained that they were poor thought that others wanted to stabilize them, but they did not think about how the roaming king would distribute the benefits to the soldiers. As for the current 200,000 taels, I'll take it as an extra 500,000 taels. That's 500 million taels. No matter how big the purchase price is, 1 tael is worth 5 yuan. Was 5 billion a lot? Haven't you seen anyone who donated tens of millions? How many coins could the wishing well get in a day? Everyone, there's no need to be like this. It's their ability to make money. It's my ability to take half of it from them. It's not that I can't earn the same amount of money, but I'm afraid that the people don't have money. When harvesting leeks, I have to leave the roots so that I can continue to harvest them. Aya, what flower? Old Bai, why are you looking at me? Didn't we agree that I'll give you half of the taxes and half of the goods? As Li Yi spoke, his smile gradually disappeared. He picked up the account book in front of him and held it in his arms. Bai Gu was so angry that he laughed. Our account book's money? Now you're rich, more than the imperial court. I just gave an order a few days ago to support the baggage of the 200,000 soldiers at the front line. They have horses. Not only do the people eat, but the horses also eat. Li Yi flipped the account book. Was this how it was calculated? Xiao Yi is still rich. The temple is far inferior to the Li family Zhuangzi. Yao Chong, who was also called over to watch, praised Li Yi. A temple with 200,000 taels was not enough to support 200,000 soldiers at war. It would be satisfying to add everything together. It would be best to bring the Chang, and with them. Gang Ro will only take half. There's still half left. Zhang, Juling reminded. We can't snatch anymore. Li Yi put down the account book and waved his hand. We can't touch the Chang, and Luoyang will take half. If we have money, we can ask them to pay for the books we print in the future. Yes, we can't give it to them for free. Song Jing supported Li Yi, even if he was not the one paying for it. Li Longji had been listening the whole time. When he heard Li Yi's words, his mood improved a lot. Brother Yi, copy it. How are you going to spend the money you earned? Expand the scale of the factory and find more people to work. At this time next year, let the people of the Tang dynasty use matches. Li Yi was considering investing in industries. There was enough money for road repair. Enough? I have. Li Longji did not know how much money the factory would cost. He had a lot of money. He was happy that he had more money, but he was envious of the temple's wealth. Li Yi shook his head. It can't be used up. Take out more than half of the remaining money and send it to Azhou and other prefectures. Ask the farmers to spend it accordingly. Li Yi mentioned another place, a large area of Dongting Lake. The farmers sent out a bunch of people to collect land, find people to work, and raise livestock. Wherever the money was invested, the living conditions of the people there would be better. If a lot of money was invested in a place and the local people's lives did not change, it meant that the investment was a failure. If the people not only did not earn money, but also fell ill due to environmental pollution, it meant that the investment— what are they keeping the money for? Su Yi thought of a question. The monks and Taoists of the temple had saved a lot of money. Did they like to look at valuable things and exchange vouchers? Li Yi gave the answer. In order to deal with natural disasters and military disasters before the soldiers came, they fled in advance and took things with them. There was food in the account book. During natural disasters, they gave out porridge and bought food at the same time. If they did not give out porridge, they were afraid that the starving people would rob them. If they took out a portion, the people would support them. What about now? If they gave you half, would they dare to keep the other half? We know how much money they have. Su Yi asked again. No one had checked before, so he thought that there was not much money in the temple. Now, even if the temple had 200,000 taels, after giving Li Yi 100,000 taels, there would be 100,000 taels left. Li Yi thought about it and said uncertainly they should be able to give gold to the Buddhas or buy land in other places to build temples. Sigh. Su Yi sighed. Write it in the newspapers and let the people know. Li Yi said casually. The people will rob? Zhang, Juling, thought of the situation where the people robbed. Send people to protect them. You are not allowed to rob them. It is illegal to rob others. Li Yi said sternly. He did not say this when they robbed him. Li Longji tapped his finger on the account book. A lot of money and things were actually given to them as rewards. He provided a source of funds for the other party. Some emperors saw that Buddhism was good and gave it to Buddhism. Some emperors thought that Taoism was good and gave it to Taoism. In any case, there was always a good one who used their propaganda to govern the world. This included the Confucian sect. If it is written in the newspapers, the temples of Hunan Prefecture and the capital will be giving out porridge. Yao Chong considered the response of others. The capital would not be able to escape. If there were more in Hunan Prefecture, would the people think that there were fewer in the capital? Li nodded. More or less. Bring the things over first. I will choose from them. If we split them in half, return the worthless things to them. Pearls, corals, jade, diamonds, tortoiseshell, silk, and even Z-beads. Gold, silver, copper, and coins can be converted into exchange certificates and given to them. They will not be at a disadvantage. How many boxes should we give to them? Bai Gu thought of the number of exchange certificates. No, print large denominations. 1,000 taels each. It is convenient to carry around. Li Yi shook his head. He was thinking of the monks and Taoists. Chapter 2150. After listening to Li Yi's words, everyone felt that it made sense, but they also felt that something was wrong. Li Yi continued to flip through the account books. Good, this is good. This Fo Guang temple has 420,000 CUN worth of things. Where is it? In Ziwei City, Wu Zetian is a cultivator, no wonder. This Tang temple, 390,000 CUN, is also in Ziwei City, the inner palace of the imperial city. This amount is a bit low. How can the inner palace be poor? Wu Zetian is really stingy. Li Yi looked at them one by one. As long as it was in Ziwei City, once it did not exceed 400,000 CUN, he would have a look of disdain. Xiao, Yi, why don't you print an exchange coupon worth 10,000 CUN? It's more convenient to carry. Bai Gu reacted. How do you spend a coupon worth 1,000 CUN? Others would think that it was fake. Who has seen a coupon worth 1,000 CUN? Some things add up to less than 10,000 CUN. Otherwise, do you think I won't print it? I understand what you mean. Large transactions can be spent a ship's worth of food. If the amount is 1,000 CUN, I will give one. The other party will happily keep it and give the food to the temple. Isn't that enough? Li Yi said, casually, referring to the rich monasteries. Bai Gu looked at him as if he was lying. Are there really people who accept it? Yes, I accept it. Not only do I accept money, I also give them things. Li Yi said seriously. Brother, Yi, what do you want to give them? Li Longji wanted to know. Kerosene lamps, 2 for each temple, and a thermos bottle for the capital government. When you give it to them, tell them that the soldiers at the front cannot use these things. They are too expensive. But they have. I hope that they will chant scriptures and pray for the soldiers at the border. By the way, ask the temples of the capital government if they are willing to exchange these things for convenient large-value exchange coupons. Li Yi's expression was still the same as before, as if he was really thinking for the monks. Li Longji, Brother Yi, are you forcing them to pay for the luxury goods in Zhuangzi? He understood. What do you mean by gift? You don't have it for the soldiers who are bathed in blood, but for the monks and Taoists? The monks and Taoists were not stupid. It was no different from asking them openly. Li Yi shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I never force people to do things they don't want to do. They have a kerosene lamp. It's good for their eyes when they read at night. This old man thinks so too. Yao Chong supported him. Some of the guards of the Li family Zhuangzi lost their eyes when they were fighting with the enemy. The eyes of the monks and Taoists who can pray for them must be protected. Yao Chong said with a kind expression, but his voice sounded like the weather outside a little cold. Let's wait for the ones from Mount Song to be sent over. We will calculate them together. I will take the account books back and leave them at home. Li Yi prepared to take the account books away. Don't, Xiao Yi. This is your Zhuangzi. This old man wants to take a closer look. Bai Gu stopped them. Everyone was not happy enough yet. Forget it. If you don't feel well, remember to take oxygen. It's cold and not good for your heart. Li Yi was afraid that they would be angry, so he wanted to take them away. Since he wanted to keep them, he would keep them and send more people to take care of them. With that, he left to share the good news with Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu was not afraid of anger. Li Yi did as he said. He went back and asked the newspaper printing workshop to print out the assets of the temples in Luoyang. At the same time, he sent people to send them kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, one for each temple. Selling newspapers. Li family Zhuangzi of Bashu'e, Li Dongzhu, gifts the temple with kerosene lamps and thermos bottles to pray for the soldiers at the border. The initial verification of the assets of the temples in Luoyang has been completed. Li Dongzhu will take half. Another morning, the newsboy was yelling to sell and deliver newspapers. Yi Fashion received a thick and cheap copy. He opened it to read. Before he could finish reading, Sima Qingjin, who was reading quickly, sighed, "It's over. The money is exposed. Li wants more than half." Shan Wuwei, who was also reading quickly, said, "It's not easy to deal with the capital government. We need to ask Li Yi how much he wants to sell." Yi Fashion listened and did not say anything. He read it himself. It's a catastrophe. He should have donated 10 to 20,000 coins to the soldiers at the border. He read it again. It's not just the capital government and Hunan. Let's wait. When they finish buying the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, Xiao Yi will send them to the temples in various parts of the Tang dynasty. What about the other places who hide the money? Sima Qingjin asked. He shook his head. Life is more important than money. He instantly figured it out. Whoever did not pay would be targeted. If there was even the slightest mistake, how many temples dared to guarantee that their monks and Taoists would not make mistakes? Mistakes had nothing to do with size. It was indeed a catastrophe for Buddhism and Taoism. It's just money. Our orthodoxy is not lost. We should be begging for alms. Shan Wuwei was open-minded. He was born in the royal family and had been the emperor. He had also given up his position. He was the most willing to let go of money. As long as he did not kill people or burn books, he could still eat without money. He had been begging for alms before he gradually became famous. Only then did he have a special offering. Occasionally he still had to beg for alms. Yi Fashion nodded. Those who wholeheartedly follow Taoism should know that this is Taoism. You should understand it. Immeasurable, celestial, venerable for blessings. Sima Qingjin began to mutter and chant scriptures. There was nothing else to say. The people outside were stunned after reading the newspaper. Did the temple have so much money? When we went in that day, we didn't see anything. It was just some tables, incense, and oil. Yes, there was a little money. The merit box and other things were all given to the Grief Tian Square. It's too little. Compared to this, 9 bulls and 1. What? Yes, what? They hid it. Did you see? Humph. They have money. Li Dongzhu can get half of it. No matter how much Li Dongzhu takes, he will eventually give it to us. What about the remaining half? Rob, let's rob again. We can't rob anymore. When I came over, the 16 guards were protecting a temple. The rest is guaranteed. Li Dongzhu actually gave them things. What is Li Dongzhu thinking? Praying for the soldiers. Praying for them? I want to take a look at the cemetery of martyrs. Let's go tomorrow. I haven't finished my work today. I'll go with you tomorrow. Sure, I have work to do too. If I don't work, I won't have food to eat. The people discussed animatedly. They were angry and puzzled. They continued to work. Regardless of whether it was the monks and Taoists of Hunan or the imperial government, they were all dumbfounded. They were smarter than the people. What did Li Yi want to do? Kill them all? The imperial government felt that they were wronged. It had nothing to do with them. Look, they still had work to do. They all went to find the Almighty to ask for a solution. In the end, the Taoists and eminent monks all went into seclusion. After the scholars finished reading the newspaper, they felt uncomfortable. There was a lot of money. The content of the newspaper had clearly stated that the soldiers were fighting with their lives. But soon, the scholars began to look forward to it happily. The newspaper clearly stated that they should buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. They were very expensive. They wondered if bicycles were suitable for monks and Taoists. With bicycles, it was easy for them to travel. Chapter 2151. Ask the monks and Taoists to buy kerosene lamps and thermos bottles? Okay, I can use them after buying them. I have some at home. It's convenient. Yu Huaid was drinking tea in a tea house. The tea was not good, not as good as Li family Zhuangzi's. However, he was willing to wander around outside with a group of people to see what industries he could invest in. Or he could first understand the situation and wait for Li Yi to hold a cooperation meeting. He would then ask for money immediately. That young man, when did he say that he was buying things? An old man who was drinking tea was reading the newspaper with a pair of reading glasses. He didn't see what Yu Huaid said. Old man, you read the newspaper too? Yu Huaid was curious. I studied for a few days, but something happened at home, so I stopped going to school. Alas, it's all in the past. The old man shook his head, as if he didn't want to recall the past. Yu Huaid nodded. The newspaper is hinting, but it's not much different from an explicit statement. On one hand, they're helping the soldiers at the border, and on the other hand, they're sending things to the temples. The temples have so much money, why send them? Is that so? The old man was enlightened. Li Dongzhu is a good person. He helped the monks and Taoists avoid disaster. Otherwise, even if the newspaper doesn't mention how much money the temples have, someone will spread the news. At that time, there were strong people who might not be able to touch the temples in Chang and Luoyang, but the temples in other places would be targeted. After buying things, whoever snatches the thermos bottle can use it themselves. The kerosene lamp has no oil, so it's useless. Another old man spoke up and analyzed from another angle. That makes sense. Yu Huaid knew how to spend money to avoid disaster. Life had taught him this, such as Li family Zhuangzi. Shopkeeper Feng put down his teacup. They bought some to light up the temples at night. Others don't know how much money they have. Others will know when they go in and search, another customer said. Change it to coupons. It's easy to hide, Shopkeeper Song said with a smile. A few people looked at his clothes, as if trying to see through and see how much money he had. Shopkeeper Song didn't care and continued smiling. I have a lot of money. I have at least 1,000 taels with me. I earned it all from my partnership with Li Dongzhu. The people who wanted to see through him turned around. They were just looking. When they heard that the other party was working with Li Dongzhu and knew who it was, they knew that they had no plans. When it was time for lunch, everyone discussed it again, and the matter became clear. It did not matter how the monasteries got their money. In any case, they were rich. Li Dongzhu made them spend money to buy things, and Li Dongzhu earned the money for the people. They had kerosene lamps and thermos bottles to use. This was to protect them. It wouldn't be good for them to be targeted when they had money. They were afraid that their remaining things would be stolen, so they quickly exchanged them for exchange certificates. It would be best not to keep the coupons in his own hands and hand them over to the authorities for safekeeping. In this way, No one would snatch the kerosene lamp and thermos bottle. They couldn't exchange them for money, but they would definitely be caught if they sold them. When the news spread, even the monks and Taoists didn't know about it, right? That sounded reasonable. It was impossible to hide such a big matter. Once others found out, it would be troublesome. Then, buy a portion? Should I exchange the remaining items for exchange coupons and find a place to hide them? If he were to give it to the authorities, he might as well give it to the Li family, Zhuangzi, for safekeeping. He wasn't sure what they would do if they were too far away, but Zhuangzi was right next to Luoyang. Thinking about it, Li Yi was a man of his word. He would do whatever he said. He wasn't really short on money. When Sima Qingjin received the news, he, Yi Fashion, and Shan Wei looked at each other. Is it really like what they said? Sima Qingjin asked the two of them. The two of them were at a loss. Only the heavens knew. Protection? I'll go ask Li Yi where to eat. Sima Qingjin hurriedly left. Yi Fashion looked at Shan Wei. Let's eat. Today we'll be eating pig slaughtered vegetables, pickled vegetables. After cooking for a long time, it won't be sour. Eat less fatty meat. Most of the meat sent over is lean, and the blood sausages are tender. Shan Wei picked up a piece of ginger and chewed. The timing of the ginger is good. The blood sausages should be put in later. If the blood is let out first, it will be boiled. The skin of the intestines is too old to chew. Dip it in garlic sauce. There isn't much salt in the soup. It's too bland, but it's more convenient to drink soup. Yi Fashion first dipped the soup into a plate and diluted the soy sauce. He then picked up some meat and pickled vegetables to dip it in. Sima Qingjin walked around and found Li Yi. Li Yi held the soup bowl and drank. You can't put too much salt. The soup doesn't look salty, but it's not good for the body if there's too much salt. He explained the reason first and then drank. Sima Qingjin came in. Dr. Li, you asked them to buy kerosene lamps to protect them from being robbed. Cough, cough. Li spat out a mouthful of soup and coughed. Fortunately, he lowered his head at the last moment. The others who were eating, yes, cough, cough, cough. It's protection. Aya. Cough. Protection. Li Yi could finally speak. He choked and was not prepared at all. Sima Qingjin widened his eyes and looked at Li Yi suspiciously. Really? 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 Then why did you choke? I don't want others to know my good intentions, but you found out. It's too shocking. Your explanation makes sense. Sima Qingjin nodded. All right, I'll listen carefully. How did you know? Li was really shocked. Who made up the story? Amazing. It spread throughout Luoyang Palace. Sima Qingjin was helpless. Oh, there's no lack of wise people in the world. Come, spiritual Master Si, let's eat together. Li Yi nodded slowly and invited him to eat. Sima Qingjin found a chair and said, My surname is Sima. Yes, I remember. There's this surname, and there's also Si Hu, Sitsong Si Hu and Sitsong are official positions. Dr. Li, don't joke about other people's surnames. Sima Qingjin reacted. Do you still need me to teach you? It's okay. You can joke about mine. I don't care. Li Yi took the cutlery from the palace maid and placed it on Sima Qingjin's plate. Your surname is good. Sima Qingjin wanted to make a joke, but suddenly realized that Li was the imperial surname. Joking about the surname Li? What a joke! Bai Gu grinned. I've watched Xiao Yi grow up. She's always been helpful. I don't believe you. Look at my teeth. They're white and neat. Xiao Yi tidied them up. Xiao Yi's actions this time also deceived me. But think about Xiao Yi. She's worried about other people's houses leaking. So she built a high-rise and gave them furniture. It's understandable. Lu Huaishan agreed. Bai Gu was right. Xiao Yi was a good person. Gang Rou always cares about others silently. She's afraid that other people's roads will be difficult. She builds roads in my name, but the money is paid by Gang Rou. Zhang Juling didn't want to fall behind and mentioned building roads. Sima Qingjin looked around and admitted that the others weren't lying. 2 of his teeth were also mended by Li Yi. After mending them, they were the same as the original teeth. He didn't ask for money. He sighed. Doctor, Li cares about the people of the world. It's not that great. It's just that when I see the people living a hard life, I'll help if I can. The ministers are the pillars of the country. Spiritual master Sima preaches and educates the people. Li Yi took the credit first and then praised others. Everyone would be happy if they praised each other. Chapter 2152. Li Yi had a satisfying meal of pig, slaughtered dishes. In the afternoon, he hummed a tune as he made ward rounds. He did not wear a mask and smiled at everyone he saw. There was a baby with acute pneumonia who was on an intravenous drip with a bitter face. He wanted to cough, but could not. Li Yi smiled. The baby grinned when he saw it. As he smiled, he began to cough. After coughing out 2 mouthfuls of phlegm, his smile became even brighter. Li Yi looked at the medical record. Acute pneumonia. He touched his mouth and quickly took out a mask to wear. He would not be passed on now, would he? He would take medicine when he went back. The monks and Taoists outside were anxious to think of a solution. No matter what it was, they were all emotionally stable. The rumors made sense. At least they were not embarrassed. Did Li Yi say how many kerosene lamps to buy? Then, would Li Yi eat an extra meal or drink an extra mouthful of wine when he got the money? They gathered into small groups and discussed how many kerosene lamps and thermos bottles to buy. With a thermos bottle in winter, they did not have to worry about not being able to drink hot water. Sima Qingjin found Yi Fashion and Wang Wuwei and told them the truth. Is it true? Yi Fashion nodded. Yes. Shan Wuwei nodded as well. It's not false at all. Sima Qingjin heaved a sigh of relief. It did not matter whether it was true or false before. After the news spread, the false was also true. If the result was true, then it was true. Xiao Yi said that when the false is true, the true is false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. The depth of this realm is admirable. Yi Fashion mentioned that Li Yi copied Chao Shuichen's sentence. He appreciated it. Yes. Sima Qingjin was very cultured in literature. He had to admit that Li Yi said it well. In fact, the people he interacted with were all well-versed in literature. I'll talk to them about buying. Sima Qingjin was willing to make a trip and settle the matter quickly. Ask them to donate a sum of money, starting from 10,000 yuan, to the soldiers at the border. Yi Fashion reminded him not to just buy. Donating was the foundation. Okay. Sima Qingjin answered and went out. After donating money, who would dare to touch it? Rumor had it that Li Yi had protected them, and they had forked out money for the officers and soldiers. If they wanted to rob them, there was no moral reason. With Sima Qingjin's help, the monks and Taoists all agreed. They discussed and agreed that the remaining half of the money from the Hunan temple would be used to buy things and donate. In the end, he exchanged a quarter of the total amount with Li Yi for exchange coupons and deposited them in the Li family zhuangzi. He would collect them when he needed them. The temples and monasteries of the capital government directly took half of the money to buy things and donate. The other half was also deposited in the Li family zhuangzi. It was too dangerous to keep the money in their hands. They were quite helpless. In terms of money, who could compare to Li Yi? Why didn't anyone think of snatching it? Everyone asked Sima Qingjin to help them ask Li Yi if it would work. There was no point in discussing it on his own. He needed Li Yi's approval. In the evening, they continued to eat pig slaughtered dishes. Reheated pig slaughtered dishes were more fragrant than freshly cooked dishes. Sima Qingjin rushed back just in time. This time, he would observe first and not let Li Yi choke again. Seeing that Li Yi did not drink the soup, very good. Dr. Li, they said. Sima Qingjin repeated the situation. I didn't expect the Buddhists of the Tang dynasty to be so righteous. They didn't fight, but they were willing to pay for the killing. Sure enough, if you have the people in your heart, you have Buddha in your heart and Tao in your heart. The Tao heart and Buddha nature should illuminate the world and not be extinguished for a long time. In the future, the kerosene lamp oil they use will be provided by the Li family Zhuangzi monthly. Li Yi said sincerely. They donated so much and provided the kerosene lamp oil for free according to the amount of kerosene lamp that could be lit in one night. In the future, diesel and kerosene would become cheaper and cheaper. Let's put it this way. The money donated was used to lend money at low interest rates. The interest was enough to buy kerosene lamp oil. Sima Qingjin continued to listen seriously. At least the kerosene was really given. He asked about the second matter. Convert the remaining things into money and deposit it in the Li family Zhuangzi. Easy. I brought them to invest and earn money. They would let people donate money for kerosene lamp oil and buy land to rent out, helping others to use land for free. This is not good. I can earn money with my own ability and benefit the people. I can also pay taxes. Don't worry, I won't lose money. Which one of my business partners isn't rich? Li Yi promised to deposit it in the Zhuangzi and took the initiative to bring the people of the temple to invest. Are you sure you won't lose money? Sima Qingjin was worried. If I lose money, it's on me. If I make a profit, we'll split it in half. I'll pay taxes first. After that, we'll split it in half. Li Yi was addicted to the 2-for-5 business model, which was to break even and split profits. Sima Qingjin agreed that the extra money was earned. It was fine as long as the savings were not small. He was in a hurry to tell others. He looked at the pig slaughter dish and smacked his lips. There's still more in the Zhuangzi. Bring 3,000 people's share and ask someone to send it over. Li Yi decided to treat. It was normal to treat people to a meal when they put real money in them and let them invest. I'm afraid it's not enough. Sima Qingjin knew that there were many monks and Taoists. Let's give it to some people who can speak first. Tomorrow, all the monks and Taoists will eat the pig slaughtered dish. Those who don't eat meat will eat pickled vegetables. Li Yi did not want to make the villagers busy now. He guessed that others were also eating. It was fine to bring them over to eat a little. Sima Qingjin happily agreed again. Li Yi was really good to people. He went out and everyone looked at Li Yi. Everyone eat. It's cold. Li Yi stopped with his chopsticks. When others started eating, Baigu hesitated and gritted his teeth. Xiao Yi, the kerosene lamp and thermos bottle you sold, didn't you donate money? The money donated to the soldiers will be credited to the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue will have a share of military expenditure left. Li Yi did not wait for Baigu to say the truth and mention the donation. That's them. If I don't protect them, can they donate money? If they donate money, I give them the lamp oil for free. Isn't the lamp oil money? Eat. Baigu was sure that Xiao Yi would not pay taxes. Everyone ate a few mouthfuls. Li Longji waited for Li Yi to stop and asked, Let them invest and earn money. Their money is wasted. If I teach them new ways to manage accounts, they will keep an eye on the business. They are smart and learn things quickly. With them in charge, I don't have to worry. When they get used to it, it will be difficult for them to make progress in their own studies. What's that saying again? Oh, if they fail to obtain the scriptures, they can still go back to Gao village. Li Yi laughed after he finished speaking. Other people can study Buddhism and Taoism and return to secular life. Anyway, you're doing business with me. You provide the manpower. It doesn't matter what identity you have, as long as you are used by me. Yao Chong looked deeply at Li Yi for a while. Good plan. Are we still eating the pig-slaughtered dish tomorrow? He was a little scared. Luckily, Li Yi did not pay attention to him. Old Yao, if you are willing to eat, I will leave some for you. Tomorrow we will eat pig's head meat, pig's trotters, pig's legs, internal organs, and ribs. We will make a lot of dishes. Li Yi planned to treat a large group of people to the pig-slaughtered dish. The rest could only be digested in Zhuangzi. Li Lang, the braised pig's tail is delicious. Princess Yongmu saw that Li Yi did not mention the pig's tail and reminded him. A pig could produce a lot of braised meat, but it could only produce a tail. Yes, of course. Li Yi promised. Everyone ate in peace. Today's harvest was great. The main reason was that they passed the test in their hearts. If the monks and Taoists did not donate money, there would always be a grudge. Chapter 2153. The 22 Dobgon Modi people from Sherbois knew about the situation in the past 2 days, and they were even more puzzled. Previously, they heard that Li Yi and Li Yi were talking about scriptures and Buddhism, and that Li Yi was flying in the sky. They had Buddhism and other religions. But no matter which one, they were all powerful. The king himself was a believer, and his followers had a high status, much higher than them. Why was the Tang dynasty different? So many temples and monasteries were all paying out money. If they didn't pay, they would be robbed. Was the Tang dynasty so cruel? However, Li family Zhuangzi's food was delicious. It seemed that Li Yi was a capable person who could eat meat as much as he wanted. The low-class people working in Zhuangzi actually ate dozens of dishes. Therefore, they discussed at night whether they should simply move to the Tang dynasty, right next to Li family Zhuangzi. When the time came, they would come in to work and eat the food in the canteen together. They're smart to know that Xiao Yi and Zhuangzi are good. Yao Chong smiled and turned to look for someone. He remembered that Li Yi went to the hospital and there was a vomiting and diarrhea patient. Lu Huaishan yawned, but he didn't want to sleep. It was interesting to listen to Dobgon Modi. He rubbed his eyes. There are many people who want to enter Li family Zhuangzi. How can it be a simple matter? Anyway, the temples and monasteries all over the country have to do the same. Take half of the money, donate, and buy luxury goods. Baigu didn't care about taxes. He calculated the money donated, and the money donated was the same as the Ministry of Revenues. The more money donated, the less allocated to the Ministry of Revenue. All the temples and monasteries in the Tang dynasty donated, and the Ministry of Revenue didn't have to worry about not having military funds for the next 10 years. Send someone to ask, Li Longji said, and Gao Lisher sent someone to the hospital to ask. The patient was a 5-year-old child. He said that his stomach hurt, then vomited, had diarrhea, and cried. His parents and 2 sisters cried anxiously. The imperial physician had seen him and said that the fastest way to treat his intestines was to find Li Yi, and he could slowly treat it and get medicine. The family members would naturally look for Li Yi. If the child was unwell, he could be treated slowly unless Li Yi was not there. Everyone continued to look at the screen and listen to the interpreter. Dobgon Modi was discussing how he could come to the Tang dynasty. He needed a reasonable reason. The others all expressed their own opinions. The most reliable one was to go back first by boat and bring their family and goods over. When they arrived, they would say that their country had been attacked and destroyed by other countries, and that they had brought their families here, hoping that the Tang dynasty would take them in. Good plan. This Modi guy is very smart. His subordinates can also come up with ideas. Li Riji was sincerely praising him. He was clearly a third-class caste person who had brought a group of fourth-class caste people out. After bypassing Guangzhou, he found Haizhou and successfully went ashore. He pretended to be an envoy of another country. When he planned to settle down in the Tang dynasty, he could even cover up his lie. If he really succeeded, what should we do? Su Yi thought it was fun. Stay? Can't the Tang dynasty accommodate 100 or so people? When the time comes, we can see through their lies and talk to them. Song Jing had no intention to refuse. If others did not tell the truth, they would be affected by the caste system. They were afraid that there would be problems if they told the truth. Zhang Jiling looked at it again. When their life in the Tang dynasty is stable, the Tang dynasty fleet will go over and bring them along. They will persuade others to join the Tang dynasty. The only worry is that they will not be able to come back after they go back. The possibility of them being caught is very high. His family has left him, but his family is still in contact with outsiders. When others find out about the situation, they will find out after some probing. The man called Dobgon Modi had 21 subordinates. Wouldn't the neighbors be curious if he suddenly lost so many people? It was said that the local caste system was very serious. If the higher-ups caught his family and found out that he came to the Tang dynasty to do business, the consequences, Li Longji waited for the news and said, if they really want to live in the Tang dynasty, send a team directly and tell them in advance that they have become citizens of the Tang dynasty and go back to pick up their families. His words were domineering. Let them become citizens of the Tang dynasty first. Did the Tang dynasty need to care about the face of a small country? Send people to declare power and do business. They needed people. Should they give or not? I second the motion. Bai Guo was the first to speak. He saw the money. I second the motion. No one objected. Li needed oil. They could also bring other food or good wood along the way. Li Yi said that some of the wood was old and the locals would use it to light fires. They could use the wood to build a house or build a house for the dead. Li Dongzhu. A little eunuch wearing a mask was led to Li Yi by a small robot. He stood outside the door and looked through the glass and greeted him. Li Yi waved his hand and the eunuch went in. His Majesty is worried about the child's safety and ordered me to ask about the situation. The little eunuch glanced at the other 5 people in the room. The child was asleep. The 4 of them were eating, each with a plate. The 4 of them stopped eating and looked surprised. His Majesty personally asked about the child. I told His Majesty that acute enteritis can be treated with imperial medicine. I recovered faster here. So he fell asleep after taking medicine. He grabbed food to eat and didn't wash his hands. Later on, he came to Luoyang to strengthen the publicity. If the illness is serious, he will die. If the newspaper says it's serious, he will teach the people to change their habits. Li Yi said to the little eunuch. He put his hand on the child's neck to check his heartbeat so that he could adjust the speed of the infusion. The little eunuch left. Li Yi said to the child's family, His Majesty has a son who is about the same age. After learning about the situation, he was very uneasy. Li Yi was definitely not lying this time. Li Longji was anxious when he saw that the child was sick. He was always worried that the child would get sick. The child's life was very important. Otherwise, if it was an adult with the same illness, the nurses would take care of it. He came here for third brother An's heart. The father's tears fell. How can my family do this? Li Dongzhu personally took care of it. His Majesty is worried. I'm in Zhuangzi. Don't be like this. Eat. Otherwise, when the child recovers and the adult collapses, I still have to treat your illness. Li Yi waved his hand. Why are you being so polite? The mother asked. Is Li Dongzhu trying to scare us? He deliberately said it lightly. In fact, my son's soul has already entered the netherworld. He went to snatch him back from the king of hell. No. All right. Xingjing's life is not over yet. I told them, and they didn't fight, so I brought him back. Li Yi looked at the other parties. Firm gaze. All right, I'll follow your words. Look, husband, I didn't say anything wrong, right? The mother proved herself to her husband again. You're right. Why didn't the imperial physician treat him? The father found the reason. The imperial physician already said that it was fine to just get the medicine. If you want to get better quickly, go find Li Dongzhu. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. Later, the nurses will take care of it. Li Yi really didn't want to talk to them and delay their meal. He found an excuse to leave. He didn't do a ward round. The nurses were checking. The little robot followed. They won't believe you if you tell them the truth. They'll only agree if you tell them a lie. It's the same no matter what. It's useless to wear a mask. In the end, I was infected and died. Oh, did I take my medicine? I didn't wear a mask to see a child with acute pneumonia. Li Yi remembered something. He couldn't remember if he had taken his medicine. You didn't take it because you're fine. How long has it been? Do you have symptoms? The people accompanying you are all fine. The little robot's light flashed. Most of the light was white. Are you rolling your eyes at me? Absolutely not. I'll light up Dongzhu. Chapter 2154. It's going to snow heavily. Look at the sky. It's scary. Get on the boat. It has nothing to do with us. Get on the boat. Let's go home. The boat is too big. It's a big boat. What about the people who sent us here? There's a camp here. They'll stay in the camp until the snow stops. They can take the things with them. At the dock of Bohai Bay, Tang Dynasty boats docked one after another. They put up gangplanks and urged the people to get on. It was going to snow heavily. They were afraid that the wind would be unfavorable. Now was the right time. The two people, sent by the Governor-General, took the things and hid for a while. When the snow stopped, the horses rested and they went back on the plow. The remaining things in the team were all given to the two people from the Governor-General, including the fish and prawns on the boat. The two people from the Governor-General would have a very comfortable winter. They would come back next year to deliver things to them. When everyone and the horses were all on the boat, there was a shadow of sails on the surface of the sea. There were also 4 smoking boats. They were in charge of dealing with emergencies. This time they didn't throw coal. We finally made it. Someone was crying. He felt that the journey was too difficult. There were several times when he thought he would die on the road, but every time he was scared but not in danger. At the most difficult moment, there was even a radio command from Luoyang. The Tang Dynasty is too powerful. Jean looked at the fleet and thought about what happened during this period. It was like a dream. He did take his clansmen to Luoyang on the Tang Dynasty's boat. The Tang Dynasty's navy was just as powerful on land. Fan sat on the deck. Despite the cold, he drank hot white wine and ate grilled fish. Lu Tingguang accompanied him. There were salted prawns on his plate. You did well on land. Fan praised. At that time, you were an arrow at the end of its flight. We trained hard every day. Dr. Li asked us to be good at both land and water. Our name is Marine Corps. Lu Tingguang showed off. He finally helped the wing knights. Fan smiled and didn't argue. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. As for whether they were an arrow at the end of its flight, the two sides were not enemies. He took a group of people and endured a lot of pressure. He abandoned the people and saw how strong the 200 winged knights were. Lu Tingguang skillfully peeled a large prawn and handed it over. West wind north, the return journey is fast. It will only take a few days, much faster than coming. You're going to celebrate the new year with us. We are in Haizhou to collect the New Year's goods and go home for the New Year. Everyone is waiting. Lu Tingguang was the happiest when he talked about New Year's goods. He didn't know what they were, but they were all good stuff, enough for his family to eat as much as they could. Send the report, I'll send it. Tell Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Fan was about to get up to look for the telegraph machine. Someone struck it rich on the boat. It's our home ground. Lu Tingguang stopped him and peeled another prawn for Fan. Prawns which were very expensive in Chang and were the cheapest on the ship. What do you want for the new year? Soap? Towel? Perfume? Fan sat down and dipped the prawns in the triple blended oil with chili oil. Lu Tingguang shook his head. We don't lack anything. The ones we gave you before can last for 3 years. We want yak, beef jerky, military coats, and white wine. The white wine pickled vegetables are delicious. We have frozen pork from Chang, and we don't raise many pigs locally, and we're sick of eating fish. It's too convenient to fish on this boat. I heard that a match factory was built in Luoyang. We need matches. It's troublesome to start a fire in winter. We don't want dried fruits. We're allowed to keep a bunch of them. Pine nuts, hazelnuts, and cocoons. We want anti-freeze cream. We have it. In winter, it's not enough no matter how much we apply. We always want to apply some. Lu Tingguang told him what he wanted. He wanted to eat beef jerky and pork. Fan ate a few prawns and 2 mouthfuls of fish. It's more convenient to raise pigs by the sea. There are few piglets, but there are many boars. We can kill them. The sow will give birth to babies. It'll be fine in 2 years. There are many ducks and geese. They have a shorter growth cycle than pigs. It's just that their eggs smell better than eggs. There are more chickens a little further from the sea. We'll go to the mountains to clean up the wild beasts nearby. We'll raise the chickens free range. Give them some old grains, and they'll go home by themselves. He explained the situation to Fan Fan. They didn't lack meat and eggs to eat at all. After he finished talking about himself, he asked Fan Fan, "What do you want?" Of course it's seafood. This is the benefit of road construction. If the Tang dynasty has railways everywhere, you can sell us the things you're tired of eating. We'll give you the jerky from the place where you raise yaks. We'll exchange what we have and what we need. Fan Fan had a deep understanding of railway transportation. He had already transported a lot of things, but it wasn't enough. Lu Tingguang sipped his wine. "I think Li Dongzhu will send you some dried seafood. It's too cold. It's not even frozen yet. We also like to eat dried shrimps, dried vegetables, dried oysters, dried scallops." Fan Fan talked about the types of seafood. He looked very knowledgeable. Lu Tingguang, who was sitting opposite him, listened with a smile. "Tell me, is there anything beyond my knowledge? I'm the one who led the fleet to get rubber. Tell me, how many things have I seen on the sea?" Fan Fan didn't care. He talked about himself. He wanted to eat everything anyway. Dongzhu, there's a telegram. They've boarded the ship. Fan Fan, Li Endong, and the others, none of them are missing. When Li Yi was teaching the nurses, the little robot barged in. Li Yi hated being disturbed in class the most, but he wasn't angry at this moment. He ran over and pushed the little robot in circles. It's confused. It can't take it anymore," the little robot shouted. "Dongzhu, it's confused." A female nurse was anxious. "It was too emotional. It can still be confused. It must have seen a ghost." Li Yi sent the little robot away. The little robot turned around and ran away. Li Yi took 2 deep breaths, returned to the podium, and continued his lecture. The nurses were absent-minded. They were happy. They knew who the little robot was talking about. No one was missing. Li Yi stopped and waited. The nurses quickly realized that something was wrong and adjusted their emotions. Remember, as a doctor, when Mount Tai collapses in front of you, your expression doesn't change. "I was wrong just now." Li Yi taught and admitted his mistake first. He was really happy. Turning around, he began to talk again, and the nurses sat upright. In another place, Li Longji played with Dudu. When he heard the news, he raised Dudu left and right and sang. "Oh, oh, Lalap." Dudu danced and giggled. She didn't know what the good news was, but she could feel her father's happiness. Li Longji took back his hand and kissed his daughter's chubby face. Dudu's saliva flowed down. Empress Wang hurriedly grabbed it and complained, "You can't always pinch the face, kiss the face, and drool." A team of nearly 70,000 people. No one died. Among them are pregnant women, babies, and the old. My Tang dynasty's strong soldiers are so strong. Li Longji waved his fists twice and was so strong. That was the Tang dynasty's strongest soldiers. 5,000 people from the southwest were soldiers before, and then they trained and trained. Li Indong's 5 farmers, Fan Fan's 200 winged knights, and Lu Tingguang's navy. Empress Wang didn't say the southwest barbarians. They had done so much and were already people of the Tang dynasty. Which of these teams was weak? Only the winged knights were sent. Chapter 2155. Selling newspapers. Hurry up and buy them. I'm going to class in a while. Good news. Our military forces of the Tang dynasty brought back more than 60,000 people from the northeast region. They are all on the ships. None of them died. His Majesty is happy. He's treating the people of Luoyang to shrimps. 1 big bag per person. It's a total of 8 taels. Li Dongzhu is treating everyone to dumplings the day after tomorrow. 10 dumplings per person, including the babies. I don't know what kind of filling it is. You can find someone to exchange it for you. The newspaper boy took advantage of the break between classes in the morning to sell newspapers and deliver newspapers. There were no more children shining shoes, including those in Chang'an. All of them went to school and were given more subsidies. Those who wanted to buy newspapers had been waiting for a long time. If they wanted to buy newspapers again, they had to go to the newsstand. The price was 1 coin more. 1 coin was not a small amount. The people knew that more than 60,000 people had joined. The more people there were, the better. They did not have to worry about food and drink. Everyone, did you see that? It's a publicity tactic. If you say half a caddy of shrimps, it doesn't sound like much. A big bag of 8 tails, it's a lot. Yu Huai whispered to the others. The same amount, in other words, sounded like a lot. What about the dumplings? Shopkeeper Feng did not realize how much publicity there was for dumplings. Dumplings are said after His Majesty. They are weaker than His Majesty. If you say it's a big dumpling with meat and vegetables, it's better than His Majesty. Yu Huai said that Li Dongzhu must be weak. Didn't you see that the people put His Majesty at the highest place? If you put Li Dongzhu high, how much hatred do you have with Li Dongzhu? That's true. Shopkeeper Song agreed. Shopkeeper Zhao thought for a while. 60,000 people, is it worth it? 60,000 this year, 60,000 next year. How many people are born in the local area? How many can grow up? How many will die of old age? Shopkeeper Feng understood now. He could not help but bring people over from there every year. What's more, 60,000 this year, 60,000 next year. That's right. You plan for the long term, but not for the short term. You measure distance, but not by inches. It's indeed not bad. Manager Guan wanted to express that they were rich. We're donating money. In the past, we donated to the army, so we don't have to worry about being criticized by the people. Now, we're donating money to build houses for the people who came after us. It's not like 60,000 houses for 60,000 people. Yu Huai decided to fork out the money. He wouldn't lose out. I support it. Look for the materials now. When the time comes, let them build their own houses. It won't be long. It will only take a few days. Shopkeeper Song agreed. They didn't dare to casually hire people to build houses. How could they hire people to build railways, roads, bridges, and factories? It was really difficult to find people. The canal was a line, and at the same time the land was flattened, ready to lay railway tracks. At the Li family Zhuangzi hospital, Li once again smiled at everyone he saw. However, one could only tell from his eyes that he was wearing a mask. Another batch of new nurses was selected. They had to pass the assessment. They had to be smart and had some experience. He did not teach the new nurses. He threw it to the old nurses. Princess Yongmu didn't have anything to do today. She didn't want to study, so she pulled Xiaolan over for ward rounds. Li Lang, I saw a 15-year-old girl throwing flirtatious glances at you just now. Princess Yongmu winked at Li Yi. Although she only had a fracture, she also fell on the corner of her eye. She looked at everyone the same way. However, there was a young man who looked at you in a daze. He seemed to have lost his soul. Should I really go to the underworld to help him find it? Li Yi didn't fall for it. That girl fell and fractured 4 ribs and her left arm. Fortunately, it wasn't crushed. The bones in her arm were in a cast and didn't require surgery. That young man underwent general anesthesia, gastroscopy. The result was a torn cardia. He can eat porridge and egg soup normally. There's no problem. Princess Yongmu didn't want to be outdone. What did he mean by lost his soul? You had general anesthesia. His condition belongs to excessive gastric acid secretion. He vomits all the time. Without general anesthesia, he would have a sensitive reaction to gastroscopy and vomit even more. Where did he learn this theory from? He thought that eating more could reduce gastric acid. In the end, his gastric acid secretion increased, and he vomited until his cardia burst. Li Yi said that the young man's condition required regular medicine to neutralize gastric acid. It was easy to make, and Zhuangzi could do it. This had to do with genetics. It would be better when he was older. You've arranged accommodation for the people from Bohai, right? I've prepared it long ago. But I heard that Yu Huaid and the others are going to build a house for them. What should we do? Build. Temporarily stay in the house I prepared. They'll build it themselves. Li Yi instantly thought of a solution. The house he gave was considered a temporary residence. Yu Huaid and the others had good intentions. It couldn't be cold. Xiaolan pushed a small robot. Li Lang, can the dumplings be wrapped by a machine? It's been wrapped all the time. There's enough time. The dumplings wrapped by the machine can't be steamed and won't stand. Li Yi still trusted the dumpling machine. It was fast. He threw the noodles and vegetables into it and adjusted it himself. The disadvantage was that the dumplings had to be placed on the tray cloth. The machine wrapped the dumplings, but the dumplings could be placed on the tray cloth. Why was steamed dumplings more expensive than boiled dumplings? One was because of time. The other was that even if the dumplings weren't cooked by hand, the machine could handle it. The two types of dumplings were different. The steamed dumplings could be boiled, but the boiled dumplings couldn't be steamed. He treated everyone to dumplings and didn't plan to steam them. It would take too much time. The boiled dumplings would be cooked very quickly. Li Lang, Xiaolan, and I will make steamed dumplings for you, okay? Okay, I want beef and onion stuffing. You can also add some pork stuffing. Otherwise, it'll be too dry. Dongzhu, your third brother is looking for you. The small robot, pushed by Xiaolan, suddenly said, scaring everyone. Answer it. Li Yi took a deep breath and prepared to deal with unexpected situations. Brother Yi, there's something. The Turkic Wing Knights sent a telegram. They want to borrow 200,000 standard arrows to hunt for survival. Li Longji's voice came. They wanted to borrow arrows. Call them back. Tell them to send them a large amount of meat and food immediately. We are almost out of archery. Let's use guns. Li Yi reacted quickly. They gave him things and didn't say they were borrowing. Will they return it? They won't return the arrows they borrowed. The romance of the Three Kingdoms took a risk by borrowing arrows, but there's no risk in borrowing arrows. The officials also have the same idea. They said that they want to borrow arrows to expand to the north during winter. First, they want to borrow, and second, they want to test. If we refuse, the Turkic people will know that we know their intention and stop them. Li Longji said again. The arrows are not so easy to borrow or refuse. It's the same whether we borrow or not. What we borrow is also the same. They are always finding trouble for us. Li Yi was relieved. The officials are not stupid. Exactly. Li Longji agreed. The Turkic people want to use the Tang dynasty to help them to attack others. At that time, others will also hate the Tang dynasty. If you don't lend, the Turkic people will also say the same. Tell the Turkic people that the Wing Knights have 20,000 soldiers and 30,000 soldiers. We will go and help them to hunt. Li Yi gritted his teeth and said, You Turks dare to make your presence known and threaten me? Come, I'll help you. It's okay. Li Longji ended the call. With a reply, the Turkic people don't dare to attack others. Chapter 2156. After the matter was settled, Li Yi turned to look at the little robot. Why didn't you tell me about the telegram? I don't send and receive telegrams. I provide daily services. Is the matter of the Turks urgent? You are showing kindness. Yes, you are talking about making dumplings. Food is the most important thing for people. Food is safety and means quiet. I will create a quiet environment for you. The little robot's voice became softer and softer. Okay, I've learned that safety is the most important thing in food. I thought it meant stability and safety. Li Yi admitted it. There was nothing wrong with it. You are welcome. Let's learn from each other. The little robot added. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan laughed happily. This was too fun. Li Yi raised his hand and touched the little robot's head. he was probably infected. In the past, his head was always touched by others. Xiao Hai's matter is indeed not important. They might not want to fight at all and just want to test us. Li Yi thought of another possibility. If that is the case, is it suitable for us to return? Princess Yongmu blinked her eyes. The strong only need to show their attitude to the weak. The Turks are too weak. Strategically, we look down on them. Tactically, we value them. I can even send troops over. I have money now. The money donated by the temple will be split with me. Sending wing knights and recruiting troops in the snow will be the same. I will give them all duck feathers. Li Yi did not care. If you want to fight, I can really beat you. Don't think I am joking. Can't we fight in winter? He had to ask Germany and old Mao about this. Also, his country had once ambushed old Mao. Many ancestors had frozen to death without regrets. The outcome was victory. Those heroic spirits were immortal. If it were the great Tang, would I need to have the great Tang soldiers wear white camouflage uniforms and lie in the snow, willing to freeze to death rather than move, waiting for an opportunity to strike? I can use logistics to smash you to death. I can even fly over. Can't we just live a good life? I have already helped you a lot, including how to get through winter and buying your pine nuts. Time to eat dumplings. Time to eat dumplings. Amidst the cheers of the children, classes were suspended for the day. Everyone could eat dumplings at noon, including the people working at the construction site. A dumpling weighed 3 taels. It was a big dumpling. People who worked hard at the construction site could definitely eat their fill. There were nearly 2 caddies of dumplings. Ordinary people would take it back and eat it at night. They could leave it for the next morning as it was cold. The restaurants, inns, and stalls inside and outside Luoyang City would help them cook and pay them a processing fee. If they told them in advance, they wouldn't have to prepare too much food, and the processing fee would compensate for their losses. At the beginning, he did not say anything, so he had no choice but to accept their food for the winged knights, the recruits, the 16 guards, and Luoyang's officers and men. Packets of dried shrimps were served at the same time. They could be used for cooking, as a side dish with wine, or as a snack. The monks and Taoists received the dumplings. If they had not cooked the dumplings, they would cook them themselves. They were free to choose the meat and vegetables. Some people did not need others to cook for them. They brought their own pots and utensils and took the train to the cemetery of martyrs with the raw dumplings. They cooked the dumplings there, as well as the other food they brought. They would first put it on the table before eating, telling the heroic spirits what their current lives were like. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi ate the steamed dumplings. They were fragrant and were dipped in fragrant vinegar. Is it good? Princess Yongmu asked with a look that said, "Quickly praise me." Why are these dumplings? Li frowned. What's missing? Princess Yongmu was nervous. These dumplings should only exist in heaven. How many times can you smell them in the human world? Li said. He had changed the smell of her ears into the smell of her nose. How can it be that good? Princess Yongmu was satisfied. Li Longji and the officials were speechless. Li Yi, you're really shameless. Last time, when Yuan said something about lotus flowers, you came up with a prose about love. Are you using all your literary talent on this? What do you mean by not being stained by mud? With your character, even mud would spit on you and think you're dirty. The 2 of you made 500 dumplings. You must be tired. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. Is it good? Li looked at everyone. He first looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong said, the folds are even, the stuffing is vegetarian, the taste is varied, and the feeling is deep. Li Yi then looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu said, the technique and craftsmanship are superb. When steamed, the layout is even. It's almost like a lost celestial palace. It's hard to find in this world. Li nodded. Look. His gaze went past Song Jing and Su Yi and fell on Zhang Jiling. Zhang Jiling said, although there are many things I like to laugh without traces. But because the dumplings are rich, why should I care about the mortal world? The others were shocked. When Li Yi looked at Zhang Jiling just now, they thought that Li Yi was bullying Zhang Jiling. In the end, it wasn't. This rhyme. Li, do you mean that we all have to use rhymes like this? And we're not allowed to use the words used by the previous people. Won't it be more difficult later? I'm just eating a dumpling. Can I not eat it? The key is that the previous people were wicked. For words, 6 words, 5 words, and then 7 words, and then 3 words. The last people's turn had to use different rhymes and arrange different word numbers. Everyone was silent. They were afraid. They couldn't not participate. Not to mention the others, even Sima Qingjin, who had a high literary attainment, was frowning. He was silently arranging the rhymes in his heart. There were several types. Who knew which number he would be? Dong Zhu, Officer Gua has an urgent report. The little robot said. Everyone was relieved. Thank you. At such a crucial moment, I realized that you're so cute. Then they were worried. Who was it? Officer Guazi. Where did he go? He had an urgent report? Go, go, go. Leave the dumplings for me. I'll be back to eat in a while. Li Yi pushed the robot and walked out. Xiao Yi. Song Jing shouted. Old Song, you're asking about the winged knights? Li Yi turned his head. Come back quickly. The dumplings won't taste good when they're cold. Song Jing gave such an answer. He realized that Guazi was the leader of the winged knights. The winged knights were responsible to His Majesty. Other than Li Yi, who could interfere, no one else was allowed to take the initiative to ask. Li Longji didn't move. He knew what Guazi was doing. He was waiting for Brother Yi to finish asking. Princess Yongmu was quite regretful. She wanted to hear what everyone had to say according to the rules. She and Xiaolan spent a long time making these dumplings. She rolled the skin herself, mixed the fillings, and kneaded them bit by bit. Other than herself, which princess knew how to do it? Her Aunt Princess True Jade and Princess Golden Immortal didn't even go to the kitchen. Other than the braised ones, she was working hard to learn the rest. Why don't we have braised pork ribs tonight and ask Li Lang to make it? The officials weren't in the mood to eat dumplings. How big of a matter was it while waiting? Sima Qingjin looked around. He really wanted to talk about the dumplings first and leave the problem to others. This was the first time he felt pressure in literature. He muttered, In the end, even Dr. Li can't rhyme this thing, right? How is that possible? You think your rhymes are conventional words. Don't you know that there are other words in Sanskrit transliteration? Another little robot was unhappy. My Dongzhu is the best. Sima Qingjin was stunned and slapped his thigh. That's right. There's transliteration. This is good. Li Yi came out and asked softly, What's the situation? We found the person, the key person in contact with Ron. The little robot replied. Chapter 2157. Tell him to wait. A drone will go over and read the contents of the memory card. Li Yi didn't want to waste time talking to Guazi about something that might be complicated through a telegram. The little robot's light flashed a few times. The vertical takeoff and landing drone used for preaching is equipped with a card reader. It's more convenient to fly over and read it and transmit it directly. Ah, Li Yi slapped his forehead. Yes. Add another drone of the same kind to the air relay. Okay, the little robot responded. On the yacht in Zhuangzi's semi-artificial lake, a small robot was busy putting things in for the fixed-wing drone. One drone took off first, and a moment later, another rose into the air. The distance between the two sides was about 28 kilometers. If the yacht wanted to get the signal directly, it had to be strengthened and the radiation was large. One more drone slowly hovered in the middle of the air as a data signal relay station, and the radiation was much smaller. Both drones had an extra battery on them, which could increase flight time by 50% because the additional battery had its own weight. The first drone pulled up first, so high that the people on the ground couldn't see it. It flew to the top of the mountain where Guazii and the others were, and circled to the side as it descended. No one noticed the many birds in the sky at all and had bypassed the crowded area. After entering the mountain, it flew around the peak, changing from the back of the mountain, where Guazii was, to vertical takeoff and landing mode, and slowly arrived at the location. Guazii waited for the drone to land in the grass next to him and went to get it back. According to the instructions on the telegram, the camera was connected first. The screen of the camera lit up and Li Yi's image appeared. Guazii swallowed. "Li Dongzhu? It's been hard on you there," Li Yi said. "It's okay. It's not as intense as when I was playing. It's a lot worse." Guazii took a deep breath and asked, "What do I need to do next?" "You don't have to do anything. After the data transmission, the drone will stay with you. I'll send you an operation manual. You can learn it on the screen now and video call me at any time in the future." Li Yi was more satisfied with the current tools. The image was clear and smooth. A head came over from Guazii. "Li Dongzhu, it's cold. We need to heat up the food." "No problem. I'll send a drone to you. What else do you need?" Li Yi agreed. The drone could cover a distance of tens of kilometers. The other party nodded. "Bring fine fodder for the 2 horses. The brothers at the foot of the mountain can't find any good grass. Send it over tonight." Li Yi agreed. That's all. The other parties had moved away again. Me too. It was Guazi's first time using a video call, so he didn't know what to say. "Be careful." Li Yi ended the communication. The data transmission was complete. Guazi adjusted the small screen to learn. The operation was very simple, just a few steps. The person who had poked his head out earlier came forward again. It's a good thing. We're dozens of miles away, and both sides can talk face to face. It's for the scouts. What do you think will happen? "Not much. The telegram is enough," said the person who had just sat down. It's hard to explain the telegram clearly. It's based on the enemy's position and this long tube. Isn't it amazing? The man used the tool in front of him. The long tube allowed him to see further than a telescope. And then the enemy died. The enemy put the explosives on the plane, put them on it, bring it over, boom. Exchanging life for life? Then Li Dongzhu has other things that are more useful. Keep an eye on people. Guazi reached out and pushed the person away, who didn't know that this thing was good. But could it be used in large quantities? He continued to fiddle with it. The biggest use of this thing isn't on the battlefield. Zhuangzi has guns, sky monkeys, hot air balloons, explosives, and grenades. It's enough. These things can be considered a reassurance pill. When we, the 16 guards and 30,000 soldiers, are mobilized, His Majesty and the officials are at the Li family Zhuangzi without worry. Li Dongzhu and the villagers are guarding Zhuangzi with weapons. Which team can take down Zhuangzi? I can't take it down anyway. The person who was pushed away shook his head. We, the 16 guards and 30,000 soldiers, are attacking Zhuangzi, but we're still destroyed. God knows what other weapons Li Dongzhu has. Li Yi, who was praised as an invincible existence, was moving data into the computer software. First, he entered the sound file he heard when he eavesdropped on the Hummingbird aircraft. Then he entered the data of the recorded video that couldn't be heard because of the distance. After the software processing, the image that needed to be analyzed by mouth movements had sound. It was like the post-production dubbing of a movie, but the sound source used was the voice of the person in the image. After processing, Li put it down and went to eat. "Dongzhu, I'll add subtitles," the little robot said as it was pushed away. "Okay, let's watch it like a movie." Li didn't care. The two of them went back. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with a questioning gaze. Li nodded. "Xiao Yi, eat the dumplings. Don't let them get cold." Song Jing was kind. "Thank you." Li Yi sat down and took the soup next to him to drink first. The others lowered their heads and ate. They were afraid that Li Yi would remember what happened before. There wasn't enough rhyme and transliteration. They studied it while Li Yi was away. It was definitely a trap. Whoever answered first would have an advantage. When Li Yi ate 3 dumplings in a row, Su Yi put down his chopsticks. About Shanghai we sent a telegram as you said, but they didn't reply. Li Yi paused when the dish was on the plate. They are discussing countermeasures. Moyu Valley is a capable person. He is skilled in diplomacy, strategy, tactics, and internal affairs. Li Yi was more interested in Moyu Valley. When Moyu Valley was alive, he supported everything in the later Turks. He took the initiative to seek peace with the Tang dynasty and actively developed the economy and even opened border trade. It was a pity that he died not long after. Otherwise, everyone listened to Li Yi's words and looked at Li Yi with a different meaning. As long as Moyu Valley exists, then the later Turks, Yi don't say anymore. This old man has never seen such a shameless person. Baigu interrupted Li Yi's praise of Moyu Valley. He's okay. He's not shameless. Li Yi shook his head slightly. This old man is talking about you. Are you praising the defeated general so much to set off you? If he was really as capable as you said, how could he be forced by you to Shanghai? Baigu spoke loudly, looking extremely indignant. Li Yi quickly ate a mouthful of food to calm himself down. It was too fierce. He was talking about the historical Moyu Valley. Li Lang is telling everyone not to underestimate the enemy. Princess Yongmu spoke up for her family. Li Lang was powerful, so what? Li Yi swallowed the food. What does it have to do with me? The later Turks are in such a situation because of the ability of your country's important officials. I only know how to play the side drum and play the small flag. This old man likes to hear this kind of truth. One should be honest. Baigu was satisfied and stroked his beard. It's mainly because I'm thick-skinned. Many times I accidentally forget who I am. I'm too arrogant. Li Yi nodded vigorously. Yes, you said it too well. Baigu. Chapter 2158. Zichong, you're back today? Brother Xuanji, I've been back for 2 days. In a room, Li Yi, Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and Li Qingqi were watching a video. The room was very bright and did not feel like a movie theater. On the screen, Ron was walking side by side with a man about his age. The man was dressed like a scholar. The fabric of his clothes was good, and the workmanship was exquisite. The reason why it could be seen was because Guazi gave a close-up. The sleeves were surrounded by peonies of various colors. In terms of workmanship, it was a typical Sioux embroidery style. If the clothes inside were of the same style, then this set of clothes was worth a kerosene lamp. He's rich. My clothes only cost about 30 yuan. Li Yi was talking about his white coat. Li Dongzhu is wearing this set of clothes. If he's not willing to perform surgery, his 100 sets of clothes won't be enough to exchange for his life. Gao Lishir praised Li Yi and said, "It doesn't matter what you wear. Good medical skills can make money." Based on the fact that he can wear 1 set of clothes and needs interventional surgery, 100 sets of clothes is indeed not enough. Li Yi nodded. 100 sets of clothes and 100,000 yuan. If it was a heart bypass surgery with the current technology of the Tang dynasty, it would be a loss if he performed it himself. If he really falls sick outside the Li family Zhuangzi, will Brother Yi treat him? Li Longji asked. I'll save his life first. I need money. If you don't have money, let the nurses and the little girl do it. I'll guide them from the side. Li Yi agreed to treat him on the premise that it was a practice. There were cases like this where the hospital found a rare disease and wanted to solve the problem. They promised to waive all the fees, but there was no guarantee that the patient would survive. Li Qingqi said, Brother Yi, you're so kind. If you're kind, I'll do it myself. Why? He's wearing clothes. He has money. If he doesn't pay, I won't care. They spoke. The 2 people on the screen greeted each other and walked there without saying anything. After a while, they came to the front of Ron's house. They did not go in. Instead, they stood at the door and looked outside. This angle was just right for filming. Zhong oversaw the construction of this road. You've made a great contribution. The one with the surname Shun said with a smile. It's all thanks to your Majesty's grace. Ron cupped his fists in Luoyang's direction. It looks all right. Li Longji was satisfied. It was not bad that he could take the initiative to speak without anyone's supervision. The man cupped his fists and said, Zicheng, your complexion is rosy. Have you become an official? Brother Shun, Ji's idea is very good. Treat the craftsmen courteously, listen to their words and learn from them. I hope that His Majesty will listen to me. Ron cupped his hands again, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Where's the ear spoon? I'll dig him out. Humph. Li Longji was not happy. You really stole the craftsman's skills and played tricks. The craftsmen were silly and said everything. They didn't know how to cherish their skills. Congratulations, congratulations. Shun, Ji congratulated. Brother Shun Ji's help. I really can't thank you enough. I have a cosmetic box here. I hope Brother Shun Ji will kindly accept it. As Ron spoke, he took out a 2-inch square cosmetic box from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Such a good thing, Shun Ji looked like he wanted to accept it, but refused. Disgusting. Li Yi curled his lips. Ha ha ha. Li Longji and Li Qingqi laughed together. Brother Shun Ji, it's just a small thing. There's no need to be like this. Don't push it around. Ron switched to one hand and took the other hand, stuffing it into his sleeve. I'm ashamed. The other person covered his face with his sleeve and put the cosmetic box in his sleeve. He took it out again, opened it, and looked left and right. Li sighed. Ron is still relatively simple. He doesn't even know how to give a gift. While the other person was looking at the mirror, Li Yi gave Ron an evaluation. How did Li Dongzhu give it to him? Gao Lisher was curious. I said that the mirror in the cosmetic box felt a little crooked, so I let him take a look. When he got it, I took out another one with a little foundation. He wanted to return it to me, but I said that the mirror is still not good. I'm used to using this one, and that one is awkward. I feel uncomfortable when I see it, so I asked him to help me throw it away. Li Yi said his method without thinking. The worst thing about giving a gift was that the other party didn't want it at all. If the other party was willing to accept it, there was no gift that couldn't be given. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Gao Lisher expressed his gratitude. What's there to thank me for? Can you give a gift to others? Whoever you give a gift to will be unlucky. Li Yi was very straightforward. They were all too familiar with each other. If Gao Lisher gave a gift to you, Huaid, it would be impossible for you, Huaid, not to return 10,000. It was just like when he gave a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle to the temple. It was even more impossible for the other party not to accept it. Zicheng, go inside and look at the cosmetic box outside. It's not good for the other craftsmen to see. After a few rounds, Shun Ji found a problem and pulled Ron into the door. He can take things casually? Li Longji also found a problem. Did Ron steal the cosmetic box from his sister? Wen Tian is in charge of Princess True Jade, Princess Jinxian, and Princess Jincheng's daily necessities. They won't sell them, so they give a lot. The cost is low. Li Yi explained that there was no need to steal. There was a lot of it. The two went in. They couldn't see the image, but their voices were heard. Brother Shun Ji, you didn't study today? Next year's imperial examination, the Analects of Confucius, is already impossible to study. Therefore, I'm here to ask you if you know the current policy. The current policy is easy to answer. The 10 paths, medical books, and arithmetic are also important. The current policy hasn't changed. I see that matches are useful. Is the factory still hiring? How would I know such things? Sigh. I don't dare to see Li Yi. What's there to be afraid of? It's not that I'm afraid of him. He doesn't eat people. I'm just afraid that if Her Majesty is with him, Her Majesty will remember what happened in the past. It's been hard on Zicheng. Her Majesty mostly uses Li Yi as a reference. There are only a few people in the world who are better than Li Yi. Bah! Gao Lisher suddenly said, giving the three people a fright. Sorry to disturb you. He's talking nonsense. Gao Lisher apologized. It's okay. He's talking nonsense. Li Longji magnanimously forgave him. Brother Shenji, I don't want to compete. I have a distant relative who knows a little about craftsmanship. Zichong, when you meet him, I'll see if he can help you enter the match factory. Brother Shenji, just bring him here. I'll talk to Xian. I suddenly came across a poem. Would you like to read it? Oh, I'm delighted. Then the two people started to talk about the poem. There was nothing to listen to. They want to enter the match factory. What can they do there? The production of materials is separated from the production of processing. Li Yi guessed the other party's purpose. The match factory. What can they do there? Steal the technology? Carry out a terrorist attack? What a joke. That place is like gunpowder manufacturing. It won't give you a chance. The flour factory in the south of Chang, and had to cross the river, eliminate static electricity, extinguish fire, spread water, and recycle ponds. A little mistake could kill people and pollute the environment. If people died because of their own operation, the loss would be too great. Brother Yi, how about the match factory? Li Longji asked. Chapter 2159. The situation at the match factory is like this. Li Yi introduced. He directly produced safety matches. The most dangerous process was carried out by the Li family Zhuangzi, which was the production of red phosphorus. The phosphate ore from Feishan County in Shaluo South Village was brought over for processing. After the mixture was made, it was sent to the match factory. It was rationed and sent 6 times a day. The match factory would not accumulate, so there was no inventory. Safety matches were also poisonous, flammable, and explosive. The wood of the match factory came from road construction. When the road was widened, the trees next to it were cut down and brought over. Part of it was made into matchsticks, and part of it was made into paper. The paper of the matchbox was not made of wood, but of bamboo. The paper of wood was used for other things. If it was not inconvenient to process bamboo into matchsticks, bamboo would be used. The power was provided by the steam engine. The wood was turned into wood chips, and the wood chips were turned into matchsticks by the stock cutter. The manual work was mainly done by arranging the stocks, arranging the boards, and dismantling the shifts. The drying room was a separate heat type with an isolated wall. When drying, people came out. After drying, there was enough ventilation time. People went in again. It was a full set of protective measures. Even if one of the drying rooms exploded, it would not affect other places. The matchbox was first made into paste and then hung with red phosphorus. The matchbox was printed with the words "Flourishing Tang" on it. There was no manufacturer's name or how to use it. This thing could be used at a glance. The matchbox was not allowed to be used at home, for fear that some people would burn oil lamps and stay up late at night. They even went outside to use street lamps to light up. Anyone who wanted to sabotage the entire process would be able to sabotage it a little. When filling the matches, tweezers were used. Their hands would be deducted from their wages. If they kept using their hands would be dipped in medicine, which was not good for their health. Moreover, no matter which workshop they worked in, they had to wear masks even if it was hot. They could go outside for an hour to breathe for 15 minutes. They went to the cafeteria to eat, and there was a place for bathing. There was a special person in charge of washing their work clothes. They had to wash them once a day, and they were not allowed to wear their work clothes home. That's the general situation. Li Yi finished the introduction. He was very satisfied. The cost increased by at least 3 times, and he thought it was worth it. The protection of the match factory before him was not good, and some even used yellow phosphorus. They ate in the workshop, and all the dust and other things fell into the food. How much profit? No, how much? Li Longji asked. First, he asked about the percentage. Later, he felt that it was impossible. It should only be a percentage. Where is the profit? Benefits the people. The price was too high for the commoners to afford. Through the poor production environment to reduce costs, the people fell sick. I give you a high salary, and you have plenty of labor benefits. You even have meat for your meals. Li Yi shrugged. He couldn't make any money at all. It was already good enough that he could maintain his capital. That's good. Li Longji agreed. Isn't it easy to earn money? The Tang dynasty is a good era. No one will compete with me. Li Yi said with a smile, you can make money just by making something. Why make money from matches? Based on this, even if he gave the technology to someone else, that person would have to suffer a huge loss. Brother, Yi, how much is a box of matches nowadays? Are there many people using it? Li Qingqi didn't understand. He was always busy with other things. 1 coin per pack, 10 boxes per pack, 50 sticks per box. That is 1 coin for 500 matches. Li Yi knew the price. This was the wholesale price, and the retail price would increase. Some cost 2 yuan per bag, while others cost 1 yuan and 50 cents. When they were transported to a farther place, a pack might be sold for 4 or 5 yuan, which was a 500% profit. The actual situation did not exist. When they were transported to Shudi, the ships would go against the current and make sure that they were moisture-proof and fireproof. When they arrived at the place, they would be distributed to the shops. The shops would sell 1 pack for 5 yuan, and the profit would be 30%. Li Yi told the situation to the 3 people, mainly 2 of them. It's not cheap for the commoners to buy it from afar. Li Longji understood. 1 penny for 100 sticks. That was 1 penny per stick. 1 swipe and he would lose a penny. When the money for the temple is in place and the scale is expanded, the retail price in Shudi can be lowered to 3 coins per pack. Bring the wood for road construction and trees to me. In addition, plan the economic forest for planting. Choose the species with fast growth rate, cut down and replant in batches. It's a pity to make matches from slow growth trees. Luoyang is the same as Chang'an. More than 2/3 of the people don't cook for themselves. Matches are mostly used for lighting. Neighbors can borrow a fire by other means. Matches are mainly used when there's no fire around. It's too tiring to use firesides. Just 1 match will do. Li Yi said that the use of matches was for special circumstances. They were usually reluctant to use them. For example, Luoyang's Shangshan Fang could be said to be the Shangshan district. There were people cooking. If there was no fire, they could think of a way. But there was a property in the district, right? The property was responsible for arranging for people to work the night shift and keep the fire. The owner of Shangshan Fang took a wooden stick to the property to borrow a fire. After lighting it, he took it home, extinguished it halfway, and came back to light it again. The commoners did not pay the property fee. The government was responsible for it, including cleaning. Matches were used in heavy rain outside. If they went out to borrow a fire, they needed a lot of protection. If the wind was stronger, it was better to light a match at home. It was the most useful in the village. Who could keep the fire for a long time? Zichong, is it easy to make matches? It's not easy to light a fire overseas. There are other rich people who have this thing to show their status. The other side finished talking about the poem. I don't know. The workshop in Zhuangzi is responsible. Zichong, don't you go to take a look? They don't let me go. The places I can go have already been arranged. Xian's courtyard, the first canteen, the lakeside, and the reading room. Zichong, what kind of status do you have? Why are you still restricted? In the family Zhuangzi, there are some places that even the imperial minister can't go. Oh, so it is. The rest of the places are really desirable. The places I can go are actually not bad. The cruiser of the Tang dynasty is anchored in the lake. I've been there. There are many books in the reading room, and the food in the canteen is delicious. Xian doesn't eat in the courtyard. She goes to the canteen with me. I've always heard that all the delicious food in the world is in the family Zhuangzi's canteen, but I can't see it. I'm really envious. Alas, it's just that there are more types of food and the taste is better. Zicheng, it must be difficult for you to go on the cruiser, right? No one cares. I can go up and down as I wish. There are children in Zhuangzi who play on it. Really? Unfortunately, we don't have the chance. Brother Shenji, next time I go back, I'll invite you to go with me and see if we can enter. I'll talk to Xian first. It's hard for Zicheng. If you really go, Zicheng will make great contributions. How can you make great contributions? No hurry. Let me think about it. Shen Ji thought of Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji and Li Qingqi listened while looking at Li Yi. Big brother, third brother, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Yi was confused. Why are you looking at me? Matches don't make money? Li Qingqi asked. 10 boxes for 1 coin. Where can we make money? It's good enough that we don't lose money. What about the export? Li Longji asked. Which export doesn't make money? Matches also make money. What does it have to do with the Tang dynasty? Li Yi understood. There was no problem. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't make any money buying matches. They might even lose money. But didn't it say that? There were rich people outside who were willing to buy matches and show them off. Li Longji and Li Qingqi looked at each other. Whether it made money or not was divided into inside and outside. Was that how it was calculated? Chapter 2160. The video continued, but it was fast-forwarded. There was no need to listen to the nonsense. When it was time for dinner, there was finally an important piece of information. There was a road construction project. Ron brought the people of Shen Ji out for dinner. Everyone ate the same thing. The hummingbird came back to recharge, while the others were sent out to fly around the bushes. The camera focused on each other, looking for someone to talk about. Obviously, Guizi knew that it was impossible for them to talk about other topics during dinner. There were outsiders around. He found a craftsman dozens of steps away. The hummingbird also sneaked out to collect sound. Make money overseas. Everything can make money overseas. Don't think that I built the match factory to make money. Li Yi wasn't happy. I need matches to support my goods when I sell them overseas. Brother Yi, that's not what I meant. I was thinking that if you can make money from the matches and subsidize the people, you won't lose out. Li Longji apologized. It was a misunderstanding. That's what I'm thinking too, Li Qingqi said. Okay, I forgive you both. Thank you, Li Longji and Li Qingqi said at the same time. Gao Lisher did not dare to breathe. They were brothers, no, a father-in-law, a son-in-law, and a father-in-law. It was too messy. Anyway, that was what he meant. He could not talk too much, but the match export should be very profitable. Good. He asked Li Dongzhu for more matches and distributed them to the people in the palace. Gao Lisher felt that matches were most suitable in the palace. It was not easy to find fire seeds in the palace. Some palace maids and eunuchs were responsible for guarding the fire seeds. Once the fire seeds were extinguished, they had to quickly use fire sickles or even drill wood. At this time, a lord in the palace suddenly needed fire. If the fire sickles could not be used or drill wood could not be used, the person at the bottom would be punished. Can't you watch the fire? If there were matches, why watch the fire? They could be lit at any time. Matches had saved many people. Who would be willing to be beaten and reprimanded? As for losing their lives because of this, it was impossible. Now that Empress Wang was in charge of the harem, she could punish people according to the rules, but killing people was not allowed. It was an ominous act. When the palace maids and eunuchs set out, they had to report to Empress Wang first. Empress Wang was soft-hearted. Sometimes she would personally help the imperial concubines beat the palace maids and eunuchs who made mistakes. After being beaten up, it was guaranteed that they would lie on the floor for the entire day, unable to get up. If anyone was stupid enough to get up and get beaten up again, they wouldn't be able to get up for half a month. The palace maids and eunuchs screamed as soon as they were hit by Empress Wang. They looked like they were about to die. Look at Empress Wang's movements. She's so fierce. Actually, nothing happened at all. The palace maids and eunuchs naturally supported Empress Wang, and the other concubines couldn't say anything. Empress Wang now had both a son and a daughter. A daughter was a daughter and a son was a son. It was good for both of them to be together. Matches, matches, more matches, Gao Lisher muttered. As he muttered, he felt something touch his left leg. He lowered his head and saw the little robot. Don't make so much noise. I'll give you a box of matches later. A box of 100 packs. The little robot said. Its voice was not loud, but it was still cute. Gao Lisher, who is that person? I've seen him with Luo Jian a few times. He's called Ji Yijing. He's rich. Look at those clothes. I have to work for a few years to earn that much. If you can't earn, you still have to spend money. How many years can you save up 100,000? He's not someone who works. Why should he eat with us? Did he spend money? How much can he eat? Eat your own food. Don't talk too much. What? You want to seal my mouth? Do you want to silence me? Do you think you're a 7th rank official? Tisk, I'm teaching you how to do things and you still talk too much? Say that again. I've long found you an eyesore. You only know how to slack off. Today, I'll teach you how to be a person on behalf of your parents. Don't fight. Little Guang, go eat over there. We don't know as much as you. Right, Little Guang, go to another place. Go pick up that person who's wearing good clothes. We're poor and don't understand things. Little Guang, you know more. Go. On the screen, a relatively young person was chased out. He had no choice but to leave. Previously, he had a look of righteousness and didn't let others speak. There are such people everywhere. Li Yi sighed. At his time, there were such people in the factory. Their ability to work was not good, but they were always like cadres. Later, such people were promoted. Their salary was higher than that of an 8th rank fitter. After that, they were promoted all the way. There was no place for them to be in the position of provincial governor. They had to be in the position of minister. In the end, they were still holding an organization integrity meeting one day and shouting slogans, but the next day they were taken away. At that time, he was in school. Generally, those who were lucky enough to enter a society were like this. But in fact, the so-called cadres in the society did not have a good development in the end, because they did not know how powerful some people's families were. That belonged to another system, the internal system of cultivating officials. The aristocratic families of the Tang dynasty first had people who were officials in the previous dynasty or the current dynasty. Then, the imperial court would choose such people. This person is the craftsman in charge of supervising the work? Li Longji asked. No one answered him. There was no need to answer. Gao Lisher noted it down and investigated this person later. If this person had an official relationship, then he would be erased. That is, he was not an official road builder. If this person did not have an official relationship, then he would be transferred to a more difficult place to continue to be in charge of his job. At the same time, he would be secretly monitored. Li Yi was expressionless. He had no other thoughts about this person. He just felt that this person affected his collection of information. Fortunately, the others drove him away. This group of people was too simple and only considered skills. How could they be promoted? If they were not promoted, how could they uphold justice? If they were the same as them, how hard would it be to do things? People formed society, and human feelings ran through it. Li Yi thought and shook his head. He knew that it was troublesome to be such a person, but he appreciated such people. Just like those soldiers who went to sea, they foolishly reduced the amount of coal and fresh water to the minimum just to bring back more things. Ji Yijing, courtesy named Shanji. Li Chengqi ignored others and said the other person's name and courtesy name. Let me fast forward. Li Yi did not want to watch others eat. After fast forwarding, he saw that Ji Yijing had finished eating and left. She did not intend to sleep next to Ron. There are fewer surveillance devices, but it's fine. When I send over the new ones, I'll add 2 more. Li Yi was not annoyed. It was impossible that the other person's contact with Ron happened to be one of his surveillance. He planned to continue investing. This matter was not a joke. Compared to the situation of the later Turks at Xiaohai's place, the current situation was more important. That's right. This person is very purposeful and leaves on the same day. I'm afraid that people will gossip if they stay in the same room. Li Yi analyzed and concluded. Why did the other person not stay there? Judging by the time, the other person just came to take a look? Because the other person understood the matter between Ron and Princess True Jade, they could not stay overnight. Even the time they stayed in the room had to be controlled. Chapter 2161. Brother E, I'll leave this to you. The human heart is the most unpredictable thing in the world. Li Longji looked at the dark screen. That's why life is so exciting. Li smiled. Li Qingqi's mood improved because of Li Yi's words. What a wonderful life, just like Buddha. This thing is useful. Brother E, how much did it cost? Li Longji asked about the equipment. The telescope was nothing compared to this. I don't need to add new things for a long time in the future. Li Yi shook his head. It was not a disposable thing. The quality was good. He could also make artificial snow with electricity. That's good. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked out. Gao Lisher gently pulled Li Yi's clothes. Li Yi slowed down. Gao Lisher said in a low voice, "It just promised to give me 100 packs of matches to use in the palace to avoid punishment. There are no lighters in the palace?" Li Yi didn't understand. Why would you use matches when there are better things? I don't dare to ask for too many lighters. I'm afraid I'll lose them. Gao Lisher hinted that someone was secretly selling lighters. Matches are good. They're not worth much. Li Yi understood. How much money can you make by selling matches secretly? How much money can you make by selling a pack of matches in fear? I'll take it? Gao Lisher asked. Does the little robot's words work? If it's not enough, I'll ask them for more. Remember to prevent fire and moisture. Yes, I'll print this on the matchbox. Li Yi endorsed the little robot. At the same time, he thought that the precautions should be written clearly. What if the people who buy them are literate? As the number of scholars increases in the future, the aristocratic families can forget about dominating the world. Very good. Print it. Li Longji heard it at this time. He didn't hear anything before. Gao Lisher's voice was soft. It was telling Li Longji that this was a private matter. However, it didn't dare to hide it from Li Longji. It was just like the class monitor when Li Yi was in school. When everyone was working, the class monitor would talk. When the teacher came, the class monitor would grab a tool and start working. When the teacher came and saw that the class leader was idle, she was happy. The class leader was good. She knew how to respect herself and knew how to do things. Of course, in the Li family Zhuangzi, that was not the case. If the person in charge needed to participate in the work, but did not do it, and waited for Songda to arrive before snatching a tool, Songda would break that person's leg. So far, only those who took the initiative to work overtime were reprimanded. No one was punished for slacking off. Li Qingqi slowed down his pace. Brother E, those craftsmen will give you extra benefits. Not now. I'll make it up to you later. Li Yi pushed the small robot away. At present, they had to maintain the status quo and investigate. They could not alert the enemy. Through the collection of information, Ron managed to get the method of building a bridge on the road, which came from the craftsman. Perhaps when one of the craftsmen proposed to build a culvert, the other craftsman discussed it and felt that a culvert was not suitable. Li Yi pondered and realized something. Whenever there's a big project, the craftsmen can always come up with a new method when they're together. Gao Lisher had a lot of matches to take and was more enthusiastic. They're afraid of death. If they don't come up with a solution, it'll be dangerous. Afraid of death. That's one thing. Li Yi first agreed with Gao Lisher's statement, then said, "The key is communication." As he spoke, he looked at Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi pursed his lips. The Workers' Alliance needs extra time to communicate and provide them with extra materials. The Workers' Alliance already has a lot of small and useful tools. Li Longji praised the Workers' Alliance. The craftsmen of the Workers' Alliance would be rewarded for their research. The craftsmen would think about it when they had time. In fact, many of the things they came up with were already in the Li family zhuangzi. Li Yi did not let them out. If he did, it would dampen the enthusiasm of the Workers' Alliance's craftsmen. Li Yi sent Li Longji and Li Qingqi to Li Dan's large courtyard. He did not go in and turned to push the small robot to arrange for transportation after dark. If you ask me, the winged night surveillance is limited by the terrain and environment. We have a lot of drones. The next time Ji Yijing comes, we'll send drones to keep an eye on him and find his foothold. Then, at night, the big drone will take the small hummingbird over. More drones will take off and transmit data. The small robot was pushed away, giving Li Yi ideas. Li Yi glanced at the small robot. Good idea. Dinner had not yet begun. The sky darkened first, and the temperature in Hunan province dropped to 6 or 7 degrees below zero. The people repairing the road were still working shirtless, sweating profusely. The surrounding torches were lit, and the flames flickered slightly in the breeze. Ron stood in the wind above a torch, reading a medical book in one hand. Next year's imperial examination would test the contents of 3 medical books. The only exam content that needed to be memorized was the Analects of Confucius. The difficulty was so low that the examinee wanted to laugh. The math questions were not difficult. The type of questions given in the newspaper were not difficult. For example, before 2 people progress, a speed is fast and be first detours 1,000 twists and turns in the same direction, back to back, beginning at opposite ends. Meeting in half an hour, how fast is A and B? It became 2 people walk. A is faster than B. 1 circle of the field is 500 meters. After 900 seconds, A overtakes B for a circle. The 2 people start moving with their backs to each other. When they meet, it's exactly 450 seconds. Question: what is the speed of A and B? The literature part was lowered to make it easier for people to understand and not waste time on reading the questions. Math was math. Why would it be related to literature? At the same time, the questions were punctuated, just like in the newspaper. It was difficult for ordinary people to study because of these obstacles. They simply did not want ordinary people to study. However, there was no opinion in the exam questions. That was specially printed in the newspaper for the convenience of the people. The people could read more, and the official language could be corrected. It's not easy for Ron. The winged knights, who once again looked at the screen, spoke. Li Dongzhu said that if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The person next to him did not think much of it. Yes, just like us winged knights. Why do we enjoy the best treatment? Because we played together. The second batch of feather forest flying cavalry said with an unbearable look on their faces. The game you played was too simple. Why don't we go back and talk to Li Dongzhu and let him play with you alone? What hatred! What enmity! Why is there so much conflict? Ever since I came here, I've been wanting to die time and time again. If only we had your awareness back then. When Owner Li said that he would take us out to play, we even laughed at him, the kind that would laugh out loud. Stop talking, stop talking. You'll have nightmares. Ron is already qualified to be an official. I guess he's not satisfied and will be taking the imperial examinations next year. In fact, he's talented enough. It's a pity that his recommendation has been sealed. For example, the elementary scholar examinations are too difficult to continue. For those who are recommended, His Majesty will use Li Dongzhu as a comparison. Yes, he should use us as a comparison. Everyone turned to Guazi, who was operating the equipment. Guazi adjusted it slightly. Do you wish to cut off your recommendation? He was not humble at all. His knowledge was not bad, and his speed was very fast. After he finished speaking, his ears twitched. Both of them twitched at the same time. The drones are here. There are several of them. Chapter 2162. Fixed-wing drones arrived, 8 of them. In fact, there were 9 in total, with the other drone in the middle. Small multi-rotor drones could fly over. They were more powerful than Li Yi's drones of the same type, and could fly dozens of kilometers. Flying over was a one-way trip. They couldn't go back because they didn't have enough power. The 8 drones landed one after another. They glided vertically, and the ground was flat. There was no grass. The grass had been removed. They brought 2 more cannons and cameras, as well as other auxiliary equipment. At the same time, there were self-heating meals, canisters, camouflage military coats, camouflage nets, and batteries for replacement. Everyone unloaded the things, and the drones flew away. But with so many things, they can fly to the enemy's position with guns. They can destroy the enemy's command center in an instant. Attacking the command center is useless to the winged knights. It won't affect command. That's why we're learning so much. Command classes, measurement classes, statistics classes, battlefield psychology classes, ideological indoctrination classes, the 16 guards and the mercenaries are also learning. We have to suppress them. Cherish it. Li Dongzhu is training us as generals. His Majesty approves. The few of them discussed the matter and poured the water into the self-heating lunch box. They didn't care if the enemy killed their commander. Everyone was a general and could be replaced at any time. The strategic deployment continued without interruption. There were no visible changes to the tactical deployment. Everyone knew what to do. No matter who replaced, the others immediately obeyed. It's hot. Eat. When we're fighting, don't think about rushing forward and risking your life. It's not that we can't fight. We can be the formation breaker, but it's not worth it unless we have to. Guizi told his brothers to cherish their lives. As long as there were no problems with the strategy, they could adjust their tactics freely. Preserving their own strength was the priority. To raise an ordinary soldier, enough money and a family promise to take good care of him was enough. To raise a winged knight, the amount of gasoline, diesel, kerosene, bullets, arrows, and time consumed was incalculable. When attacking the enemy's city, I promise I won't be attached. I'd rather wait for the explosives to be delivered. Mine is a chestnut chicken set meal, cumin lamb set meal. Who can change with me? Mine is braised pork and quail eggs. My stomach doesn't feel well. How about braised chicken? There are no bones. It's all chicken thighs. Exchange with me. This is beef. It has very little fat. There's clearly something written on it. Yet you still chose braised pork and quail eggs. Beef? I'm illiterate. I know. You can't read. When we go back, I'll ask Li Dongzhu to teach you how to read. Wrong, I was wrong. I was blinded by the moon just now. Is the crescent moon dazzling you? The 6 men on the mountain chatted while the 4 men at the foot of the mountain looked after the 2 horses. They had also received the army's rations. Don't worry, I'll bring you some food later. Come, I'll feed you some rice. Let me blow on it first. Don't burn it. One of them blew on the rice and placed it in his palm. He continued to blow on it and passed it over. A horse stuck its head out and licked it with its tongue. After eating, it looked at the others. The steamed rice was sweet and fragrant. Horses like pepper and sugar. Carrots are good, but chili is not. Radishes are acceptable. The 4 of them kept feeding their rice to the 2 horses, which belonged to the military. After a while, the drone came again and landed at the foot of the mountain. It brought pellets, pepper, carrots, eggs, and rice. There was a note in the box of rice. It said, separate from the horses, "Don't spread diseases." See, I'm talking to you. There's a stream next to the mountain at dawn. I'll let you 2 bathe. Divide a skewer among a few people. Each person takes a bite and wait for the next skewer. Don't be afraid of getting stuck. Wash it before you sleep. No sandblasting. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li was talking to the officials. There was beef again. In Hunan province, it was impossible for cows to not die. People were dying every day. The cows that could not work would be sent to the Li family Zhuangzi to enjoy their old age. Once there were too many of them, they would die in batches. Some cows were especially uncomfortable. When they fell sick, their overall condition would deteriorate. Just like humans, they had multiple organ failure. At this time, they would be given a quick death. In an instant, the electric current would destroy their nervous system. They would die before they could remember the process. If this method was not used, the cows would die even if they lived for half a month. For humans, euthanasia was heavily influenced by the law and morality. For cows, it did not matter. It was resolved in less than a second. Thus, the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of beef. The people who sent the cows would receive a sum of money to buy a calf and raise it for a year. At the same time, they would feel better. Eating beef was not worth it. The smaller the skewers, the drier it would be. Li Yi chose a big skewer and shared it with everyone, one for each person. He would rather wash other people's teeth. If he did not scrub the teeth, it would be less harmful to the teeth. Shao Yi meat eaters are despicable. Bai Gu stuffed his teeth and took a toothpick to scrub his teeth. Li Yi was eating happily when he heard. Old Bai, you want to discuss the classics with me while I scrub my teeth? Meat eaters are despicable. Those in power do not know the hardships of the people. Those in the palace do not know the situation at the border. It's just a matter of rank. What does meat have to do with it? Cucumbers in winter. Aren't vegetarians despicable? Li Yi gave meat a name. Meat eaters are despicable. Only those above the meat are qualified to eat meat. Those people do not understand the matters of the grassroots and are high above. Meat is not willing to take the blame. Before he built the greenhouse, Li Longji used to send cucumbers to Chang, and in winter. Ordinary people can't see it, right? Is meat eaters despicable or vegetarians despicable? I'm saying that the people benefit from selling the matches at a cheaper price. I'm praising you. Bai Gu was angry. How did you understand? Old Bai, don't scrub your teeth. I'll help you scrub your teeth later. Regarding Li Min, I learned from you. I have something to say. It's about the finances of the imperial court. Meat eaters are despicable. As for the matches, actually the matchbox can be redesigned. The length of the matchstick and the size of the match head can be adjusted. One box is 1 coin, tax is paid. It's not good for ordinary people to use those. Rich people have different statuses. I'll help in other aspects. Selling the matches will be taxed in units of 10,000. Li Yi saw that he had misunderstood and felt embarrassed. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. Old Bai was traumatized. Even if he drank Yunnan Baiyao, he could only raise the taxes. Bai Gu forgot his previous unhappiness in an instant. Is it easy to sell? You have to have confidence in me. Do you believe that I will sell the wooden comb to the monks? I believe. You gave them kerosene lamps and they donated money. The key is how to collect the taxes. 10%, 5%, 80% tax. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu's expression and said the tax on selling the special matches. In the end, it was set as luxury goods tax. He had no choice. Who asked him to misunderstand before? Bai Gu looked around with a proud expression. Look, I got money for the imperial court again. Meat eaters are despicable. Chapter 2163. Li Longji looked at Bai Gu and furrowed his brows a few times. Bai Gu, can you manage the Ministry of War? Li Longji asked Bai Gu. He was worried that Bai Gu was obsessed with money because he was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. If you're sad to death because of some money, we won't be able to live with ourselves. No, we don't need the Ministry of War. War is about logistics. Hu Xubing and the other generals have no logistical support. So how many of them are there? Tubo and the later Turks are the ones who are stable. Our Tang dynasty soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives. So we have an endless supply of logistical support. The Tang dynasty has strong reinforcements, the Baishui Legion and the baggage army are endless. Bai Gu rejected him. I just want to manage money. How can war be fought without money? Fighting the later Turks is because they're useless? No, it is because they have no money. Xiao Yi used the resources of the 5 paths to force the later Turks to Little Sea. Who would dare to not accept that? At that time, Jiangyi Province, Guanyi Province, Hebei Province, Henan Province, and Dugi Province. The later Turks had only made one mistake in their attack, and Xiao Yi had already seized the opportunity. It was like a game of chess. One wrong move and the entire game was lost. How crazy was the mobilization of the 5 paths at that time? They did not even give the enemy a chance to breathe. With a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas, they were sent to such a cold place in winter. Eat skewers, eat skewers. Li Yi took out a bunch of meat skewers. Don't think about other things. Be happier. Could you all eat meat skewers every day? Bai Gu chewed excitedly and continued to stuff his teeth. Li Yi asked someone to bring over paper, brush, and ruler. As he ate, he designed matches and matchboxes. The handle of the matches was thicker and longer, and the head of the matches was bigger. The matchbox was made of wood and bamboo, and there were pictures and words carved on it. There were all sorts of pictures and words on the matchbox that were not carved. A group of ministers followed the advisor and even personally drew a picture. Li Yi said with a smile, "The match will instantly increase in value. Designed by the Zaifu. 5 renminbi for a pack?" Bai Gu swallowed the meat and found that the meat stuffed in his mouth had gone down when he ate the meat just now. It's 5 yuan per box, and there are 20 of them inside. Li Yi did not agree with Bai Gu's price. A quarter? It's gone just like that? Sima Qingjin calculated the value of a single person. Boom! More money is gone. Li Yi did not think that the 25 cents match was expensive. What kind of match was it? Retail price is 10 yuan, double the price. Li Qingqi thought of the matches he bought before. 1 pack cost 1 yuan, and the retail price was 5 yuan when he shipped them to Sichuan. There will be a 1,000% tariff on exports. Li Yi suggested that even if they were to export at wholesale price, a box of matches would cost 55 yuan. The chieftains, kings, and upper echelons of the religion were not lenient in using them. Bai Gu looked around. He still wanted to eat meat. Why was he so happy today? Xiao Yi said one wrong word and was compensated so much. It would not be easy to ask Xiao Yi to always say the wrong things in the future. He found the meat skewer and held it in his hand. How much is the price of an ordinary match? 2,000%. Li Yi said casually. Why is the ordinary match more expensive than this? Because I don't make money on ordinary matches. I give them to the people of the Tang dynasty. The export price is not 1 yuan per pack, but at least 5 yuan. Li Yi expressed his attitude. He did not do charity to the outside world. Who would not build a match factory for profit? Long Zhe only needs to collect taxes. Li Longji said. You don't have to worry about manufacturing and pricing. The officials drew excitedly. They wanted to compete and see if the matchbox design would sell better. Li Yi hid to the side and ate. You guys play. 2 days later, the Navy fleet came back with good news. They had passed Dalao Mountain and were about to reach Longxi Mountain. Li Yi already knew where it was, but he still took the map to see. They had passed Tsingtao. Longxi Mountain was not Langya Mountain. The 2 places were far apart. One was in Shandong, and the other was in Anhui. They will rest in Haizhou at night. We can't ask them to come here by train. Li Yi explained on the big screen. After the small court meeting, the news came. Everyone was looking for Li Yi. Li Yi's equipment was good. The officials were now used to it. As soon as Li Yi asked about the place, he took out the map and directly located it. Dalao Mountain belongs to Jimao County. There are few people there. Longxi Mountain belongs to Mixiao County. There are also few people there. However, the 2 places are rich in resources. The train to Haizhou should be used more often. Li Yi began to introduce the products, geographical environment, climate of the places the fleet passed by. Everyone listened with great interest. They liked to listen to Li Yi talk about these things. It was all knowledge. They were especially happy when they heard about minerals. Their Tang dynasty, that small place, actually had good minerals. Nearly 70,000 people and goods. The train is a short distance from Haizhou to Luoyang. It will take 3 days to transport everything. Li Yi enlarged the map and pointed with the small stick in his hand. Data appeared on the screen and a three-dimensional virtual image. At that time, he could only do this to show the officials of the Tang dynasty more than 1,300 years in advance. Li Dan held a cup of ginseng and wolfberry water in his hand. He paid special attention to his health because he wanted to live a few more years. At this moment, he smiled and said, "The elderly, children, weak women, and pregnant women will come first. At the hospital, ask Xiao Yi to take the nurses to have a look. Elder Mu's words are exactly what I want." Li Yi nodded. This was the arrangement. The rest of the people will recuperate with Haizhou. Don't overeat and eat porridge. Song Jing revealed his identity as the prime minister. The others have eaten a lot of meat along the way. If they don't eat meat, it will not be as simple as eating porridge. Li Yi did not give face. The people from other places usually did not eat meat. Now that they suddenly had meat to eat, they all had appendicitis. That place was different. There were many animals on the road. In the southwest, the soldiers helped to hunt and were used to eating. When they reached Haizhou, you suddenly told them to eat porridge. Can their intestines adapt? Song Jing turned his head and looked away. I don't know who said that just now. He did not dare to discuss with Li Yi whether porridge or meat was better. Just like the tribes in the north, they did not eat porridge and drank milk. If they want to eat meat, then eat meat. Send the meat over first. Now that Bai Go had a new tax project, he was more confident. This money must be paid by the imperial court. The people from the northeast were returnees. It was not appropriate for His Majesty or the Li family Zhuangzi to contribute, to bear the burden of the country's righteousness. The returnees were the people of Tang. Su Yi thought of a problem. Bohai is cold and Luoyang rarely freezes. Why don't we heat them up? He had good intentions, but they came from a cold place. You can't heat them up with a heated bed. Then I will die of exhaustion. I have to treat typhoid nonstop. Li Yi was mentally tired. Do you think the people from the northeast will think that the weather is warm when they reach Luoyang? The temperature today was 4 degrees Celsius. In this temperature, most of the people from the northeast will fall sick in 3 days at most without heat and heated beds. Bohai was cold and dry. Luoyang had many rivers and rarely froze in winter. It was wet and cold. Even in summer, many people from the northeast will feel pain all over their bodies after staying for a night, especially their waists. It felt good. Chapter 2164. When Li Yi explained again, the others listened without making a sound, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Whatever the retired emperor said, whether it was right or wrong, Li Yi agreed with him. When she spoke, Li Yi didn't give her any face. Yao Chong was glad that Xiao Yi did not take out so many things back then, or he would have been replaced by His Majesty. Xiao Yi only took them out when she needed them. This young man was not bad. He did not know that Li Yi could not take them out at that time because he did not have enough lifespan. Now it was different. The good tools of the Tang dynasty were basically all used, and there was no need to worry about foreign wars for the time being. If it were not for the fact that Buddhism and Taoism had been cancelled during the preaching, he would have directly exchanged for things to perform magic. He would use the heaven and earth sleeve and the sun and moon in a pot technique to show it, and then use the 3D panoramic projection. Unfortunately, the monks did not cooperate, and Li Yi could not exchange for things himself. What was that saying again? Oh, but seek merit, do not make it public. Yes, do not make it public. Not at all. Li Yi did not know what Yao Chong was thinking. He continued to explain, the people in Bohai have a characteristic. They're very adaptable to food. He told everyone that the Northeasterners had wheat and rice, and they ate all of them. Meat and vegetables were not a problem, and fish was even better. They were very happy to eat dried seafood. Spicy food was also not a problem. The local wild vegetable was called Manchurian clematis, and the Chinese medicine was called Wei Ling Xian. Later, it was called mountain chili seedlings. It was very spicy, not worse than chili, and could be eaten. It was easier to raise than pandas, and they could accept normal food from all parts of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when the dynasty changed, it was mostly because the Tang dynasty sent troops to rebel. Otherwise, how could the Japanese Empire occupy the whole country in the northeast? What a pity! He thought too much. Brother Yi, does Luoyang not need to prepare extra food? Li Longji could tell that the people who came here were directly adapted to the food. Yes, they can eat whatever they want. There's no need to care too much. They can eat glutinous rice. Li Yi guaranteed that there was no problem. Anyway, the Northeasterners at his time ate Chinese rice, also called sticky fire spoon. That's easy to raise. Noble consort Lu was delighted. People are all the same no matter where they come from. It's already good enough to have something to eat. Li Yi felt helpless. Were the people of the Tang dynasty so picky about what they ate? Filling his stomach was the most important thing. Ask the people from Tubo who joined the Tang dynasty. Can they eat steamed buns instead of Highland barley? The people are fine, but what about the mines? Noble consort Lu had recognized someone and wanted to know about iron mines, coal mines, and other mines. If I can build a heavy industry in the Bohai Sea, which is the foundation for war and the people's livelihood, I can rely on the local resources. The words Northeast Heavy Industries appeared in Li Yi's mind. They were all state-owned enterprises. Later on, the leaders, don't tell them about this. Imperial concubine, Dolu requested. Don't tell them. That's how it should be. Li Yi agreed. It's not like I'm in control of this place. Let's talk about it after I occupy it. Li Yi continued. He talked about the situation along the coast of Shandong. It belonged to Hunan province. Don't waste such good resources, like Jiaozhou Bay. Everyone was intoxicated. Good, a good place to develop. It was noon when it was time to eat. Li Yi finally concluded. The land is not afraid of the small population. The people can move. The land is important for resources. Goods can be moved. The land is not afraid of difficult roads. The Tao can be cultivated. After that, there was no applause. Everyone left their seats and went to the cafeteria to get food. They're doing it on purpose, right? Right? Li Yi was unhappy. You guys listened to me for a long time. I won't say anything about not paying the tuition fees. Why don't you guys do something about it? You guys are too much of a bully. Who else would teach you like this in other places? Respect your teachers and teachings. Respect your teachers and teachings. Li Lang, don't be angry. They're doing it on purpose. Princess Yongmu had been listening to the lecture. She came over and held Li Yi's arm. I'll make them all have diarrhea. Let's see if the imperial physicians have the ability to treat them. Li Yi was angry. Li Lang, why lower yourself to their level? Princess Yongmu moved her body. Li Yi, when Tian, come to my room tonight. I'll tell you a story. It's just, Shao Yi, there's a telegram. Why didn't your little robot remind me? It's Guizi. This telegram can't be translated. Su Yi ran over and told Li Yi. Then he ran back, as if he had gone to the cafeteria late and would not be able to eat. Keep. Leave Zhang Jiling alone as the prime minister. The others will all join the regiment, Princess Yongmu said. It's not enough to take them all down at once. Let's go and take a look at the telegram. Li Yi's earlier impulse disappeared. We have to let them in. Princess Yongmu's expression was unfriendly. Li Longji, Li Qingqi, Gao Lishir, and Li Yi had their meal in the small room. In front of them was a screen that was playing a video. Ji Yijing came again. This time, no matter if it was inside or outside the room, there was a video. Any angle was fine. It was guaranteed to show a frontal shot. On the screen, the camera switched, zoomed in, and close-ups. There was no need for manual processing. The editing was done very well, including the sound and lighting adjustments. It gave the feeling of watching a documentary. Li Longji and the other two thought it was normal. Li Yi looked at it and felt that when he had this kind of system software, many people should have been laid off. There was even the effect of moving long lenses. Shooting a movie with a camera on the rack. There was no need to care about anything else. Automatic lighting. There was no use for editors. Tuning and dubbing were even more of a side job. There was no need for any special effects now. Otherwise, the system software could also be created. Zicheng, the road is easy to fix. The transition between winter and summer is difficult. Especially in spring and summer, there is a lot of rain. It is not afraid of the cold of winter. It is not afraid of the abundance of rain. It can be thick and thin. It can be crushed by rolling stones. This way, the road of cultivation will be easier to maintain. The one who consumes it will be crushed by rolling stones. Ji Yijing brought food today. He rode a bicycle. The road was always being repaired. If it was difficult to walk, he could just get off the bike and push it. If the road was flat, it would be more convenient to use a bicycle. He actually gave Ron a drawing of the road structure. Ron looked down. It was more difficult for him to look at the drawing. He was not professional enough. Good idea. Li Yi approved. Awesome, awesome. The road was a drainage structure. In winter, it would snow. If they continued to put yellow sand on it, the friction would increase. Chang'an would not work. Chang'an was popular in winter. Luoyang was suitable. This person thought deeply. There was no problem with the technique. Li Longji looked at the drawing. Is this method useful? Useful. There's a lot of this kind of sand locally. It is fragile, but not completely broken. It is strong in water. There is an expert guiding it. For example, the stones around the train tracks are used to reduce shock. However, this kind of stone cannot be used. It is mainly bluestone. This kind of stone is weathered rock. It is formed from yellow sand, but it is not sticky. Li Yi explained. He still knew how to do this. He had the information to check. However, he was impressed. He was sure that the other party's goal was very good. Just based on Ji Yijing's name, Li Yi did not believe that the other party could think of this even if he was beaten to death. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have thought of it. You finished telling me the information I checked. You are a scholar, and you are telling me that you learned this knowledge? The road has a drainage system. It is slippery in winter. Chapter 2165. Is this method useful? Li Longji was not happy at all. He thought that the other party would actually throw out a technique to achieve a certain goal. Just this technique alone could make a lot of money. Why would they give it to Ron if they were rewarded? Some people have technical reserves and only release them when the time is right. Li Qingqi said. His workers' alliance did not have such reserves. Once someone brought out a new technique, he would definitely find a way to use it and give the craftsmen benefits. The faster the Tang dynasty's people released the technique, the better. What was there to reserve? The Li family Zhuangzi had technical reserves, but it had nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Most of it was for the military, and only a small part was related to the people's livelihood. I didn't think much about it before. I'll sort it out later and bring out this technique. Li Yi said. He had this technique all along, but he never thought about it. He thought that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were very skilled. He did not see the situation of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji smiled. Good news. We've confirmed that there's someone behind this. Li Longji felt that this was the most important thing. He knew that someone was behind this. As for technical questions, he believed that he could get better answers from Brother Yi alone. But why ask? Brother Yi was already very busy and did not have much time to accompany Yuan. As long as he promised a lot of money, the craftsman would definitely think of something. If he threw out 1,000 liang, the craftsman would think of a better way. But if he delayed Brother Yi for 2 hours, how could 1,000 liang be exchanged? Couldn't Brother Yi sleep for 2 hours? Li Longji already understood the value of knowledge. 1,000 liang could not compare to Brother Yi's 2 hours of good sleep. When Brother Yi was well rested, how could 1,000 liang compare to making money? Song did not care if it was 1,000 liang, but he was responsible for more than 10,000 liang. Brother Shunji, this is good. Is there a lot of yellow sand locally? The movie, no. Ron in the video finished watching and asked Ji Yijing. The one with the most is from the Guangzhou area to Luoyang. Ji Yijing said, bullshit, there's enough yellow sand locally. There are few plains, but there are many mountains around, especially Luoyang. Check, see where there are people digging up large amounts of sand around the capital office. I transport things by train, and it's still a single track. You want me to transport yellow sand? Li Yi reacted quickly. Are you guys joking? The train's daily transport capacity is fixed. Currently, it's transporting rails and seafood. You want me to transport sand? Li Longji and Li Qingqi, on the other hand, didn't think that Brother Yi's swearing was impolite at all. The two people on the screen continued to communicate. One had a request, while the other had a need. It was time to eat again, and so was this side. Ji Yi brought a large roast duck and wine. The two of them were eating the duck. There were no lotus leaf pancakes or shredded onions. Brother Yi. Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Yi said to the little robot, call the kitchen and send the roast duck over. Bring me something. I'll cut the meat myself. Ask Wentian if she wants some. After a while, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan each pushed a cart over. On one car was a covered object, and on the other car was a gas stove and a pot. Xiaolan and Gao Lisher helped to spread the napkins and set the tableware. Li Yi washed his hands and put on gloves to start processing the duck. Princess Yongmu put the other side dishes and lotus leaf pancakes on the table. He couldn't just eat the duck meat. He had to have duck tongue, duck liver, and other things. After 2 minutes, Li Yi finished processing the duck and turned to make soup. When the soup was ready, everyone had just put the things on the table. Faster than cutting a duck in heaven on earth. Li Longji didn't move and watched Li Yi work. Swish, swish, swish. There's no psychological burden when cutting a dead duck. It can speed up the process. Li Yi explained. He didn't dare to cut a dead person. He couldn't cut a dead person too quickly. It was important to practice. Every surgeon's knife skills were good. Basically, they wouldn't make a mistake. If they made a mistake, it would be a medical accident. Li Longji was satisfied. He picked up a piece of duck meat and tasted it directly without dipping it in anything. Fresh but not fishy, oily but not greasy, burnt but not bitter, soft but not sticky, light but not thin, thick but not boring. Good. Good knife skills. Li Longji praised. Delicious. There were so many good points. Li Yi. He didn't taste so many different things. He also couldn't compare the taste with the knife skills. Li Qingqi looked at the two eating ducks on the screen. His duck is darker in color than this one. The roasting time is too long. It's too much. Li Yi knew this. How could the other party's roast duck be compared to Zhuangzi's? Zichong, how's the taste? Ji Yijing asked Ron. Ron nodded. Fragrant. It's almost as good as Li family Zhuangzi's. Li family Zhuangzi's is better than this? Ji Yijing hadn't eaten the roast duck in Zhuangzi's canteen before. It's not comparable to them. It's delicious, Ron expressed tactfully. Ji Yijing's eyebrows jumped. Someone figured out the roast duck in heaven on earth and made it into this. The taste is almost the same. It's not the same. Brother Shuinji, look. There are still traces of blood on the bones. It's definitely not good in Li family Zhuangzi's. Ron hadn't been to heaven on earth, but he knew that heaven on earth's food was made according to Li family Zhuangzi's. He had been to drunken, immortal residents. He thought that heaven on earth wasn't as good as drunken immortal residence, and drunken immortal residence was worse than Zhuangzi's canteen. Because His Majesty ate in Zhuangzi, Li was very picky about food. He didn't want to waste food, but it didn't mean that the food he ate was bad. Ji Yijing couldn't refute. He hadn't been there. He tore off a piece of meat. This roast duck comes from Xuanshan Square's Fragrant Sauce Pavilion. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to taste Li family Zhuangzi's roast duck. Next time I go back, I'll bring a few. Ron agreed happily. He casually took things from the canteen, and there were even food boxes provided. The people in the canteen couldn't embarrass him and give Princess true jade face. Even if he smashed things in the canteen, the people in the canteen still ignored him, avoided him, and went back to Dongzhu to deal with it. Dongzhu would probably take out a few new sets of drawings to His Majesty and let His Majesty ask Princess True Jade which design was to Ron's liking and redecorate. In that case, he might not see Ron in the future. Zicheng can also go to Fragrant Sauce Pavilion to take a look. Ji Yijing showed a happy expression. The store is east of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. What a coincidence! As soon as Xiaolan heard the name, she knew the location. Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was west of West Street. They bought 3 large places, and the building was about to be topped off. However, they didn't put a clock. Instead, they put a large clock in several places in the store. The clock equaled the end, which didn't sound good. Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion also paid money to send things to Shu. It was publicized in the newspaper and recognized by the people. Princess Yongmu narrowed her eyes. They want Xian, Princess True Jade, to go to that place. Li Lang, can you get a confession out of him? As long as he isn't in existence that would rather die than submit to my party, I can get a confession out of him. Li Yi didn't dare to make a guarantee. Some people were tortured to death and still wouldn't bow their heads. Is it our great Tang party? Princess Yongmu didn't forget. Chapter 2166. As they chatted, the soup was ready after eating a small roll. Duck rack cabbage tofu soup. The tofu was frozen tofu with a honeycomb shape inside. Northerners usually ate this in winter because tofu was not easy to store. It could be stored for a long time after being frozen. One type was made into salted dried tofu, while the other was made into frozen tofu. They could make it at home, but not fermented tofu or stinky tofu. If it was in a place that was not cold or dry, it would be made into stinky tofu. This included stinky tofu from the Tang dynasty. The Japanese Empire had just learned how to make fermented tofu, and it was later called natto. As for the current Silla and later Koreans, the soy sauce soup they drank was military rations from before the Tang dynasty. Baggage used vinegar cloth to boil a bunch of seasonings and fine linen cloth together. Vinegar was mostly used to sterilize. The good ones were fermented tofu, and the dry ones were made by fermentation. Salt was added. Once the weather was hot, some water would be added to make soy sauce, and some would be added during war. It could replenish vitamins, and after protein fermentation, it could also adjust the gastrointestinal bacteria. This was the wisdom of China. Even if they went to sea, they would not get sepsis. There was no night blindness during night battles. Otherwise, how could there be so many night attacks? Li Yi thought. Eating duck rack soup actually gave him a sense of national pride. Brother Yi, do you have a good plan? Li Longji did not know what his brother Yi was thinking. He looked at Li Yi's glowing expression and asked, There's no need for a good plan. Military power is enough. Li Yi looked down on people who played tricks behind their backs. If you did not have soldiers, you could be dealt with as you wished. Do we still need to expand the army? Li Longji agreed. Ever since the Winged Knights became an army, he realized that the imperial court was especially stable. No matter which family's officials were very cooperative. Train the Winged Knights in echelon. According to what we said before, there will be no more recruits in the future. The House of Subjugation will gradually be abolished, and volunteers will be the main force. Li Yi knew that it was not easy for the soldiers of the House of Subjugation. They had been soldiers for generations, and there was no hope. Now, their children were all studying hard and waiting for an opportunity. If there were volunteers now, there would not be people who could not bear the hardships of joining the army and insisted on leaving. How many chances did the first batch of 3,000 winged knights have to leave? Why didn't they retreat? With the responsibility of his family on his shoulders, there was no way for him to retreat. His life was worse than death. Pathetic! Li Qingqi looked at Ji Yijing's performance on the screen and shook his head. They actually know that the situation is hopeless, but they are unwilling to accept it. They are familiar with history books and know about the changes of dynasties. Once he had the chance, he wanted to replace him. There's no life in my heart. Li Yi pursed his lips. In any case, he didn't want to be the emperor. If he killed Li Longji and became the great emperor, the place would be in chaos again, and the outsiders would take the opportunity to invade. What he could do as an emperor, he could do as well now. Why did he have to sit in that position? Everyone, let's eat. The duck meat peeled by Li Lang is delicious. Princess Yongmu didn't want them to discuss national affairs while eating. It was too tiring. Fortunately, Li Lang was there. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty would definitely not be as good as it was now. She thought very simply. In fact, she didn't know Li Yi's role at all. It wasn't that the Tang dynasty couldn't compare to the current problem. The Tang dynasty would be finished in a few decades. Let's eat meat. Let's eat at night. Li Longji was in a good mood. He looked at them when they were being schemed against. He felt like a cat catching a mouse. Interesting. You guys can do whatever you want. After they finished eating, the two of them strolled around. Everyone continued to work on the road. Nowadays, the road construction was not outsourced. If the road was not good, it would collapse as soon as the car passed by. A group of people who were working on this section of the road would be punished. To put it lightly, it was going against fate. To put it bluntly, it was delaying military intelligence. If it was minor, they would be exiled. If it was major, they would be hanged or beheaded. So, why was the quality of the Meiguan ancient road construction so good? They used their lives as collateral to repair it. There would be no problems for at least a few decades. They would continue to repair it later. There was no situation where it would break right after it was repaired and there would be no punishment. The railway was very stable now. People patrolling and repairing it every day. If there was a problem, they would lose their lives. Li Yi originally thought of cavalry patrolling. The person in charge had his own wisdom. How much did it cost to patrol? Horses ran here and there. It couldn't be a cavalry patrolling, right? The train passed by many places. Things were thrown down from the train. Water was thrown to wash the coal. All the coal was shiny. It was good coal. Sacks were thrown down. Some of the sacks were broken, but some were still intact. The villagers by the roadside helped to patrol. They brought things to pick up the coal that was thrown down. There was nothing to do. Several old men wandered along the railway with sickles, ropes, and shovels in their hands. They cut the grass and cut the firewood on the trees by the roadside. They helped to patrol and brought back rabbits and pigs. They also helped to light the fire. The power of the masses was the most powerful. If they gave some benefits, they would treat it as an important matter. Moreover, the newspaper also said that the railway was very important. Li Yi also didn't deliberately put things on the railway track. There were no surveillance cameras there, because the people knew the consequences of letting the train derail. The people helped to guard the road. The train from Haizhou even threw dried fish down. The people of the Tang dynasty are simple and honest. It's worth it to pay more for such people. Li Yi looked at the construction work in the low-lying place on the screen and sighed with emotion. When the people built the road there, the roadbed below was not good enough. If the roadbed was laid normally and pressed, it wouldn't be visible. As a result, the people carried buckets and stuck iron rods into them. They shook them back and forth and poured sand to water them. The sand was washed into the mouth of the rods by the water. After that, the people above continued to send in small stones. More stones were placed, and the rods pressed down. Li Yi felt that if the road was repaired, even a 100-ton truck could pass through. After sighing with emotion, Li Yi remembered what Li Longji said just now. He replied, "Don't eat duck meat at night. It's too cold. If you still want to eat the same taste, you can eat roast chicken at night." "I'll listen to you, Brother Yi." Li Longji was in a good mood. Look, next to Brother Yi, he could ask about politics and give ideas. He was also in charge of the Imperial Physician Department. Suddenly, he wanted to eat food that the canteen didn't prepare. He could even cook for him. He wanted to write poems, sing, and dance. Brother Yi could play with him. He could also draw or write calligraphy. When he encountered danger, he could instantly kill the enemy. Yes, Li Lang is right. Princess Yongmu nodded. Suddenly, she didn't know why, but she felt a sense of urgency. It was as if someone was going to steal Li Lang from her. On the screen, Ji Yijing also seemed to have a sixth sense. He kept looking left and right and even looked at the camera for 2 seconds. The camera gave him a close-up. "Zicheng, do you feel that someone is looking at us?" Ji Yijing asked Ron. "There are many people looking at us." Ron didn't have a sixth sense. The people repairing the road would occasionally look at the two of them. Yes. Ji Yijing shook his head. He thought that he was thinking too much. This kind of situation belongs to the sense of danger. Everyone has it. It's just that some people are influenced by empiricism and no longer believe in it. Li Yi saw Ji Yijing's appearance and introduced a theory. Zhuangzi's bodyguards who survived the battlefield were more outstanding in this aspect. Those people didn't get injured after fighting a single battle. They fought again and again. So when they attacked, the trajectory was different from normal people. They had a very strong goal. It was to kill, and it was best to kill in one go. Chapter 2167. When fighting, how many people would think of using their fingers to stab their opponent's eyes, and then continue to stab their opponent's eyes? How many people would use their head to smash their opponent's head when their hands were intertwined with each other? At the same time, they would use their teeth to bite their opponent's nose, tear their opponent's face, bite their throat, and suck their blood? The guards in Zhuangzi could do it. As long as there was a need, they could do it. Everything they did was to kill their opponent. When they were being choked, they would never use their hands to pry their opponent's hands away. Instead, they would stab their opponent's eyes or hit their opponent's unprotected internal organs or lower body. If they had a weapon, such as a dagger, it would be even more obvious. These people had lived on the battlefield, so their sense of danger was very sensitive. If one had to analyze it from a narrow scientific point of view, they could come up with countless theories. Just like the shooting events in the Olympic Games, the number of points each time, the psychology and actions of the competitors, scientific analysis, the amount of data was endless. For example, muscle memory. Including basketball, the moment the shot was made, one would know whether the shot would go in or not. Why? There were theories to support them. But it was useless. It was not that science was wrong, but it had not reached that level. Therefore, Li Yi was very interested in Ji Yijing. The other party lacked a kind of training. Will it be discovered? Li Longji did not want to alert the enemy. It won't be discovered. I'll send another set of cameras. He moved out of range, so the angle of the fan will be reduced. Li Yi arranged for the drone. With a fixed wing, it could stay in the air for a long time. When the drone took off, it could compensate for the angle problem from the sky. Anyway, the people on the ground could only see a small dot. Li Longji looked at the screen. "Brother Yi, can you increase the security of my courtyard?" "Third brother, don't worry. Absolutely not. The periphery is enough. I don't have that kind of thought." Li Yi guaranteed. "I've never monitored you. Why would I monitor you? I'm also a human. I need to interact with other people. I'm always monitoring you. Is it tiring to live?" "I really don't. I know about the situation in Zhuangzi." Princess Yongmu said, My Li Lang told me that I can see places with surveillance cameras at any time. The perimeter should be strengthened. Li Longji was relieved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to be watched by Brother Yi at night. Since his daughter could also participate, there was naturally no problem. Brother Yi, it doesn't matter to me, Li Qingqi said generously. You can watch if you want. I do. Li Yi retorted. Why would I look at you? Do you think I've never seen it before? I've seen more movies than you. Zicheng, what are your plans for the future? An important question finally appeared on the screen. Usually, when you ask someone what they are going to do in the future, it means that you are going to arrange something for them. Otherwise, why would you ask? Of course, there were also those who were just asking and had no intention of helping. For example, some of Li Yi's relatives at that time didn't ask because they wanted to help him, but because they were his elders. What is important to the elders? Show it and ask the juniors what they want. You said that I want to do business, but I don't have money. Can you lend me some? These elders didn't say anything. Li Yi always encountered such situations. Whenever it was New Year or when his parents were going to attend someone's wedding, he was afraid that there would be problems and would accompany them. When everyone was chatting, he would constantly send messages to his employees. It's money. Someone asked while chatting, what are you doing now? Li Yi replied, I'm doing a small business. It's not easy to make money. When the other party heard this, they continued to ask, what are your plans for the future? Li Yi replied, I'll work hard. The elders immediately told him, work hard is not enough. You have to see the path of development clearly. You are like my child. They sell medical equipment and make a monthly profit. You are still young. As an uncle, I will say something unpleasant. Look at the clothes my child bought for me. Look at the brand. Look at your parents. There are no brands on their clothes. Did you buy them from a roadside stall? Li Yi looked at his parents' custom-made clothes. Indeed, he couldn't see the brand. He nodded. Yes, I got someone to make it for me. The elders continued. Did you get someone to make it for you to save money? What's the difference? Li Yi replied, No, it has nothing to do with money. It lacks comfort. Elder, it's good that you know you are uncomfortable. You have to work hard in the future. Li Yi replied, Got it. I promise to work hard. Elder, therefore, when he heard this now, he had some thoughts. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of position the other party could provide for Ron to surpass being Princess True Jade's Gigolo. As Princess True Jade's Gigolo, he could stroll around several places in the Li family Zhuangzi and take things out, including makeup boxes. If you change your position, I'm sorry, but the Li family Zhuangzi doesn't entertain you. Those below rank 5 don't even think about coming. Those above rank 5 have to be open-minded about the imperial court meeting. What rank were you, Ron? Did you rely on your rank to enter the Li family Zhuangzi? As an official, I'll bring blessings to the people. Ron thought about it and gave an answer. One is marked by the company one keeps. No matter how useless he was, he had Li Yi as his role model all day long. He also wanted to be better. He was afraid of Li Yi, afraid that when His Majesty asked, he would use Li Yi as a blueprint. But that didn't mean he didn't envy Li Yi. The Li family Zhuangzi governed well, and it was even better for outsiders. If others were sick and couldn't be treated by the Imperial Medical Department, they would be sent to Li Yi. Li Yi hadn't killed a single person in his current position. Li Yi wasn't an enemy, let alone an opponent. Ron learned and understood like this, thinking that he should be a good official. If you want to bring blessings to the people, you should first take charge of the people. If it's useless, how can you bring blessings? Ji Yijing followed Ron's words. I want him to die. Li Longji couldn't help it. What a good Ron, you want to bring down the path. After saying that, he realized that he had said something wrong and looked at Li Yi. Li nodded. Indeed, I really want him to die. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief. Look, Brother Yi was so sensible. I was thinking too much. Brother Yi will definitely handle this situation well. Yuan, what are you laughing at? Li Longji found that his eldest daughter was secretly laughing. My name is Wen Tian. Princess Yongmu was unhappy. Hurry up and marry me. Brother this matter. A grown girl can't be controlled by her mother. Li Yi expressed his agreement. Isn't it that a grown girl can't be controlled by her mother? Li Qingqi asked. Daughter, this son. Li Yi gave the answer without thinking. Yes, go find her mother. Li Longji was depressed. He's leaving again, follow him. Princess Yongmu found that Ji Yijing was about to leave. The little robot came over. Mistress Lu has a stomachache. Qing Dai brought 2 nurses to treat her. Ah, I'll go, Li Lang, my mother has a stomachache, I'll go first. Princess Yongmu didn't care about anything else. Go, I'll prepare here. Li Yi stood up. His mother-in-law has a stomachache. How can she handle it? I'll go too. Li Longji was worried. Other men were not suitable to go, but he had no problem. This who? Where's Ji Yijing? Li Qingqi naturally couldn't stay alone. Don't worry, she's watching. The little robot replied. Chapter 2168. The harem was actually a separate courtyard. Princess Yongmu's biological mother was not in good health yesterday and today. Ordinary people didn't care about such a situation. They were busy and couldn't care about such things. Princess Yongmu's biological mother couldn't do it. She was not feeling well. She had already persisted for a day and couldn't persist any longer. The imperial physician came over to take her pulse. The little girl also came over. There were several women in the little girl's family who entered the harem to treat her illness. There were too few female physicians, so they were suitable. Heat sickness caused by cold. Replenish the heat to ward off the cold. Eat mutton. Fried mutton with onions is good. Add ginseng. The imperial physician, Huang Qi, gave the diagnosis and prescription. Use heat to ward off the cold. The little girl kept lowering her head and thinking. She had taken her pulse. Huang Qi was right. The weather in Luoyang suddenly turned cold. Lu Ji was now an imperial concubine. Her stomach was bloated, and she always farted. She used hot things to cover her stomach, and farted even more seriously. Eating mutton with onions caused the illness. She didn't take medicine and used food therapy. What did Qing Dai say? After waiting for a while, Lu Jiu asked the little girl, Geranium nourishes the yang and more leaks. Drink carrot soup and add monkshood. Increase the amount of exercise. You can play badminton with special pads. The little girl gave the opposite prescription. Lu Jiu was menstruating, and her gastrointestinal tract was not good. Was it nourishing or purging? The weather turned cold because of external reasons. Menstruation because of internal reasons. Now that her gastrointestinal tract was not good, she farted. What should she do? If Li Yi didn't know Chinese medicine, he would tell Lu Jiu to drink more hot water to maintain a happy mood and improve the quality of her sleep. There was nothing wrong with it. It was indeed habitual. However, she wanted to solve it immediately. Modern medicine was not good. Chinese medicine only had 1 dose of medicine, but the imperial physician and the little girl gave the opposite prescription. It was all about nourishing food, not just medicine. When medicine reached this level, it was not ordinary. Normal doctors didn't even dare to think about using food to adjust. For example, the 3 medical books for the exam didn't mention it. Even so, the prescriptions of the 2 people were opposite. Lu Ji was at a loss. Who should I listen to? She looked at the little girl. She meant to say whether it was okay or not. She trusted the little lass more. Even though the little lass was young, she had a strong family background, and Li Yi was her master. However, Huang Qi was only a doctor of the imperial physician department. He could not walk around the empress's palace. Huang Qi doesn't agree. I don't care whose disciple you are. My prescription is right. Is it inappropriate to nourish yang for cold disease? He asked the little girl, What did I do wrong? You're trying to replenish your yang energy. Are you afraid that you won't have enough diarrhea? The female's uterus was normal, and the other parts were deviated. What's more, it's already nighttime. Are you going to use yang to nourish yourself during dinner? You want to use 1 dose of medicine to cure it, but I will use medicine in exchange for 5 days. The little girl didn't give face to anyone and brought out her own theory. Lu Jiu was on her period. The more yang you gave her, the more that thing she would have. You only cared about the problem of her stomach farting, and you didn't care about her menstrual cycle? Which one was heavier? Of course it was her period. If the cold goes, well, the duck meat should be the main dish. Then the cold should be neutralized by adding some ginger slices. Yijing Huangqi still had his own theory. Duck meat is cold, not as warm as carrots. I'll adjust the diet tomorrow. Massage it at night and caress it gently. Eat less. The little lass immediately retorted. Her theory was not bad. This was a diagnosis of a disease. What medicine should be used? In fact, there was nothing wrong with the methods they used. However, the prescription given by the little lass made Lu Jiu's period normal, but she would still fart during the process. The prescription given by Huang Qi solved the problem quickly, but the menstruation would be delayed for 2 to 3 days. Both of them were nourishing with food. One was yin and the other was yang. Then Li Yi came. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan were very nervous. How serious was the illness? Did she need surgery? Li Yi took her pulse directly. There was no ceremony at all. Huang Qi was more depressed. He had a ceremony. Tonight, we will eat barbecue skewers and drink rice wine. The ginger in the rice wine must be fried ginger, or we can eat braised chicken directly. In addition, see if His Majesty is free to come and take a look. This is already the beginning of the treatment. His Majesty's Longyang Qi may be able to dispel the cold and warm the body. Li Yi gave another method. In fact, Lu Jiu's treatment was at the end stage. At this time, Li Longji was the most useful. It was better to have more people than to supplement this, and that for diarrhea. Imperial physician Huang Qi asked for speed. He made the table and saw the effect quickly. It meant that she suddenly felt less uncomfortable, but it would delay the time. The little lass wanted to be reasonable and solve it directly. However, if the medicine was too strong, the next day or that night, there would be a splash. After Li Yi saw it, he did not care so much. The matter was at the end. What he needed was Li Longji. As for whether she would catch a cold or not, exercise was enough. The little lass was right. It was just a change in the way of exercise. In this situation, running by oneself or bending over exercise was not as good as auxiliary exercise with help. Auxiliary exercise was more in-depth and appropriate, and the treatment effect was obvious. Brother Yi is right. Li Longji came over. Princess Yongmu's mother was not feeling well, so he had to come. In terms of dignity, Empress Wang was the first. In terms of charm, Wu Jiu was the most satisfactory. In terms of talent, Lu Jiu's birth represented an aristocratic family. In the past, when Lu Jiu gave birth to a daughter, her status dropped slightly. She was the first among the women in the palace who could not give birth to sons and could only give birth to daughters. Now the situation was different. She gave birth to a daughter, but this daughter was going to marry Li Yi in the future. It was not a problem in the future. Now he was living in Zhuangzi. The key point was that Li Yi did not have any masculinity. When he saw Princess Yongmu, he smiled mischievously. He even made clothes for her and cooked for her. When he met Princess Yongmu during her period, he cooked porridge for her alone. Was such a man still a man? He did not have any backbone. How could a man be like this? Such a person, after seeing him, would be criticized. Why don't you take care of your body? You are the role model of all men in the world. You are working too hard. There was no other way. If not, they would not meet. When they met, there would be a group of Li family Zhuangzi guards or winged knights around them. The key point was that they could not win in a one-on-one fight. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lu Jiu felt that Li Yi was a wise man. This child was good. Her daughter was with this man. She was relieved. No, she was not relieved. She had to tell her daughter to learn to work more. Diseases were that simple. What's with the lack of yang? Just give yang, and it will be over. Yin and yang could be replenished. Li Yi could not control the sun. When the sun set, Ji Yijing hurried back. Guazi could not watch over her. The drones followed in the sky. They had to catch the other party's nest. Li Yi could not sleep. He was not afraid of anything. He just wanted to be in control. He entered the temple. Sigh. The courtyard of the temple is big. It is not easy to monitor. Unfortunately, he does not know my methods. Li Yi slept for a while and woke up. He felt that he had returned to the state of a resident doctor. He had to take care of things. Otherwise, people would think about it all day, especially the match workshop. Although the match workshop was separated, if one wanted to do something bad, one of the workshops would still explode with a bang. Because of this kind of thing, even if a person died, Li Yi felt sad. Chapter 2169. Subhoodie, if it is not a speck of dust, it is a speck of dust. If it is the world, it is not the world, it is a world. Li Yi squinted his eyes as he listened. He was a little confused. Ji Yijing came to the temple to chant the Diamond Sutra with the monk. The monk started chanting after Ji Yijing entered. The two of them did not speak. The camera was pointed at the small house. There were no lights inside. Was it because they were afraid of wasting fuel? There's a problem, a big problem. Who is she meeting inside? Li Yi looked at the screen. He could not do anything about it. The house was dark, and the drone's thermal imaging device could not see anything. This strong. I have to use the radar and stick it on the wall. The waves will penetrate, and we will know the situation inside. Li Yi knew what tools were good to use, but the radar was too big. It was as big as a suitcase. Cheongju Temple, a temple outside the city. Who is she meeting inside? Li Yi realized that things were not under his control. He was a little depressed. He sent Wu Ji to monitor Ji Yijing and the other monks when she came out. The other drones continued to deliver things to Guazi. What if someone else came in contact with Ron? After delivering the things, Li Yi fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Li Yi knew the situation. Ji Yijing did not come out. The monk chanted for 4 hours and fell asleep in the middle of the night. The monk also came out in the morning. He swept the floor, ate, and continued to chant. There were no pilgrims in the temple. The commoners did not burn incense. They would wait until the property was distributed. The temple was too rich. Li Yi went to the cafeteria to eat rujiamo. It was donkey meat. Donkeys could also die. Donkey skin was made of donkey hide gelatin. The current price of donkey hide gelatin was not expensive. Actually, eating donkey meat in plain bread is the same. It just lacks the sense of ceremony. Li Yi ate a mouthful of rujiamo. The cabbage soup is good. If you want to drink more, you have to wait for the other greenhouse to sprout. Princess Yongmu and Li Yi ate the same thing. After the cabbage sprout, there would be food to eat. The others would wait for them to grow and eat cabbage. The vegetables in the greenhouse came in batches. There were no cabbages in the greenhouse now. There were cabbages in the autumn. There were also green onions, radishes, yams, carrots, and green onions. Add potatoes, sweet potatoes, and pumpkins in the winter. We still need to have a greenhouse. There are too few varieties, and there's not enough to eat. Li Yi couldn't think of anything else that could be preserved for a long time. The Hunan prefecture wasn't much better than the capital prefecture, and it was impossible to grow vegetables in the winter. Further south, there were cold-resistant crops that could grow in winter. Beans and garlic. Princess Yongmu reminded him that there were things like bean sprouts from all kinds of beans, and garlic sprouts from his home. That's right. Next year, we'll build a larger warehouse and equip it for the capital and Hunan prefectures. As for the other places, we'll take our time. More than 2/3 of the people in these 2 places didn't cook for themselves. It was inconvenient to cook when they went out to eat. The people who sell food have to supply it to the market, and the cost of storing it is high. If they don't store it well, it will spoil easily. Li Yi mentioned that the storage units did not necessarily have to be managed by the government. Merchants would be able to build a warehouse and then look at the price of the items in the market to make a profit. This year, the Li family Zhuangzi of Hunan province dug a lot of big holes and built a vegetable cellar on top. When the weather got colder, the vegetables stored in the warehouse would be eaten up, and the vegetables in the greenhouse would be cheaper. Dongzhu. Songda came in. The train from Haizhou to here brought a lot of people from the Bohai region. The Wing Knights said that they wanted to give us a surprise. You call this a surprise? Okay, a surprise. I'll find them later and play games with them to thank them. Li Yi stopped scooping the meatballs from the soup bowl. He acknowledged the surprise. I'll go and make the arrangements. Songda reported and ran out to organize the people. The people from the Bohai region couldn't be directly placed outside. They had to be checked for diseases in Zhuangzi first. The train went all the way to the station in front of Zhuangzi. A tribe came over. It wasn't a woman, an old man, or a child. After Li Yi finished his meal, a group of people went to see the people who had just arrived. They didn't want to be separated. They were afraid that their women and children would be sold, so they took the train as a tribe. Half of the goods were placed under the carriage of the truck. People can stay on top and see the scenery outside the carriage. The people in the tribe didn't believe in the strength of the Li family Zhuangzi. They suggested that we don't tell them in advance and come and see for ourselves. Songda was busy for a while and arranged the people in charge. He went to Li Yi and reported. Strength? Strength means that we didn't prepare well in advance. Let's eat wontons. Li Yi thought that the other party had nothing to do, so there was no need to hide such things. The hot water for bathing was not heated, and the clothes to change into had to be found from other warehouses. Songda nodded. It's wontons. The Zhuangzi prepared enough. There's no need to make donut soup. That was in the past. Now, the wontons that the villagers wanted to eat were given to them by the canteen. A small tribe of more than 1,000 people came over. After washing their hands, they sat down and ate according to their family. They were amazed at everything. The layout of the Li family Zhuangzi was better than that of the Haizhou pier. The so-called not cold was because there were more clothes. After taking off their outer clothes, they were still warm inside. The Bohai Sea was already negative 20 to 30 degrees. In Luoyang, it was negative 7 degrees in the morning. The temperature was gradually rising, and now it was 11 to 12 degrees. In the afternoon, it might be 16 degrees. After more than a month, it would be a few degrees below zero. Li Yi did not move forward. Guizi was outside, 30 to 40 steps away. Everyone stopped and looked through binoculars. We rushed all the way here. You didn't get fat from eating meat. Li Longji found that the children were still thin. It's tiring to rush and be on tenterhooks. Even when we arrive, they still don't believe us. It'll be fine if we stay here for 10 days to half a month. Zhang, Juling, observed the shoes that others were wearing and the shoes that were padded with Eurograss. The people in the Bohai Sea were similar to the villagers in the governor's office in Guangzhou. They were unwilling to go down the mountain and only came down to exchange for necessities. When the Li family Zhuangzi's people arrived, the villagers had more contact with them. They were all registered and received benefits. Gangro, are those shoes really warm? He continued to look at other people's shoes. The outside was made of leather, and the inside was covered with Eurograss. It was warmer than the leather shoes with fur inside. It was one size bigger. It would not work if one stayed outside for a long time. Li Yi gave a comparison. Anyway, when he stayed in the northeast during winter, he did not wear shoes that did not freeze his feet. No matter how thick the shoes were, if one stood still for a long time, one's toes would hurt as if they were pricked by needles. If the shoes were bigger, it would not hurt the feet. It would not be cold when one walked. Are the clothes in Luoyang good? The government collects, manufactures, and sells them to the people cheaply. Bai Gu wanted to do business. It was mass-produced and the cost was low. Luoyang is not cold in winter. Normal shoes will do. Li Yi shook his head. Where could he find a large amount of Ural grass? There was some in the north, and there was also some in the north of Chang. And ship them over to make shoes? Did they consider the shipping cost? Zhang Shuo put down the binoculars. There were also people in Luoyang who wore straw sandals in winter. They were so cold that they kept stomping their feet. Last year. There won't be any this year. Li Yi still did not want to ship Ural grass. This year he came. The living standards of the people had improved. Straw sandals in winter?